someone think of the rich people. Of course you guys don't. You guys don't even give a shit. Poor rich people. Lines are October 2:41 p.m. Naruto's legal consultant. See. Terrible shame. Not a victim in this case, I'm assuming, is another insanely rich person. Terrible shame. Who could have done this? Excellent, I'm strong with my free one. This year, it's been too long as a change in the slightest, so. It's been 6 months, hasn't it? Long time for things to say so familiar. I don't know when you may return, wanted everything to be as you left it, but it has been some 6 months, it's true. That's slander. Okay, he's a crime boss. Okay, you assume rich person must be in the crime. He was an honest working rich person. Just like McGill did. You think he's a criminal too? Father, alright, Susie, what happened? Let me look, I can turn up the game. My father, maybe it's too loud now. Ask Miko Toba, I mean, I was happier that's when you went back to Japan. Okay, is it better? Because of the telegram you received saying you'd fallen ill with very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right, so surprised you learned to come back so soon. Surprised but happy. This costume's so dumb. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. It was all a trick. My father's in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved. About that. How delighted to have you back. When does she get the male outfit again? What the hell? Quite by accident, Mail would return to Europe actually. It's a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. International Forensic Symposium, Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Of course I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention about you-know-who. Kazuma Dwao. He's the masked man, I know. Tell you all I can. First ride back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain, curiously. After that awful trial at the Supreme Court, father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial, yes, for the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom is tradition. Forbidden! I had no choice. Wow, amazing. I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. That's a really mustache guy. The fact you're just 10 years old, Iris. Something I've been wanting to ask you, Ms. Sato. It's the real reason why I'm impressed. Mikoto was somebody back in Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with the convict salute we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right, the very large dog collar we found with the B emblem on it. B? Mr. Natsume included a drawn and coloring report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand when father saw the report, it turned as white as a sheet. How would even that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. Some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I imagine something must have happened during that time, but if you refuse to tell me what it was, I tend to find the answers for myself, and have decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie. Very meaningful look Sato-san's given Iris there. Forensic Science Symposium. Sorry, I mentioned something about that in a symposium too. Sorry, my coffee's cold. I have to finish it. There we go, we're good. I think they said the investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge G. Goku have been invited. Something of an honor, I believe. You know, Professor Mikotoba is a leading expert in forensic medicine in our country after all, but who's the other person you mentioned? Judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency Judge Seishiro Jigoku, you met him, Scarrow. That's here in the Supreme Court. Can't possibly have forgotten. Who cares about this guy? Terrible trial of yours when you're accused of murder. Yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Judge Jigoku presided over the trial. I'm perfectly honest, I'm happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Well, anyway, his father's invited to suppose and we agreed to meet return to Britain too. Won't arrive till next month, but well, I couldn't wait. Plead with him in the end, he agreed with me going on ahead, yes, about the symposium. Seems though Lord Stronger has put an awful lot of work to make it happen, it's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes, as I understand, Lord Stronger had organized the entire event himself. Wow, he's gonna murder someone. I think he's told him that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. A senior position in the British justice system. He'll use his power to create the world's finest police institution. That's what Father said anyway. Wow, who's gonna die? Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambitions. Perhaps Mikotoba no like Lord Strongheart personally, then I wonder. Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. So I lost a will to live early on, didn't really listen much of it. Hey, I'll try it for you. Only we knew. Giselle Brett, the woman whose unforgivable actions ended me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. Murder of John H. Wolfs. Yes, Josiah Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. Extraordinary thing is, though, seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry. Since the incident, government's intelligence service has been investigating Miss Brett. Turns out an English one by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Didn't exist, but how can that be? Pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. Oh, the Shin name was one of the 4. It was on the list of 4, I believe, right? She wasn't a visiting student either, that was a front. So that means almost everyone on that list is dead. Oh no! That leaves Grayson. Assassin. Front, who on earth was she there? Miss A. Shin, her name is literally all our intelligence service been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery, but that makes no sense. It's no easy test to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman been up to? Afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she's been killed. Wow. A lot of questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. Right, so, A. Shin, who on earth was she? Why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? That's my friend Ray's trial. Whoever actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. He knows too much. He was found shot to death in his own cell. Who could have done this? I know the truth! I know you had a hand in what ran on! This guy's gone. Not visiting student's fate. I know you! Nobody here in Japan knows anything about how he's gone. Terrible tragedy. Committed suicide in his cell with 2 bullet wounds. They don't know the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship. Get him, boys. Where's the government agents to clean this up? He'll never... Boof. Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. He's dead, sir. Later, I visited him in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-san. Wow, his family's... What did he learn? Nothing. He's been silenced. After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unloaded at the port of Hong Kong, passing the cares of the consulate staff there. Should have been. Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared. Kazuma's body vanished. Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown, except Kazuma-san isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem he did, but he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-san's body as we speak. Just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Barrier were definitely strange. Are they gonna try to fill up the plot holes? I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruto. Too much to bear, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Saying about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruto. Because it was so much disturbed, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? Definitely examined the body, he's in on it. Remember it clearly. Ah, you're right. If Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. No reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I don't know about that. I suppose that's true, yes. But we hang a 15-year-old. The idea might still be alive somewhere. Well, it's a fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. Oh, boo-hoo. I'm terrified of what it might do to me. Oh, Sato. Now she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all. Probably shouldn't push it now. You're still taking good care of the armband, I'm so pleased. Yeah, it feels like it wouldn't be me without now, to be honest. Cody 55278 so strong with like 35 minutes. Dude, there seems to be a thread coming here, sir, look. Too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruto. Thank you. Where's my soul? Let's just scrape against him again, I'm always doing that. And take better care of it, please. It was all going so well until I ruined it. Must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. About one of the Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing. Just forbidden. Put the manuscript somewhere where nobody could get their hands on it. Nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. For some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Sounds so exciting, Hound of Baskervilles. I should love to read it. You wouldn't tell me how you came to come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day. Can you explain now? I think it's time finally, one mystery solved. Oh? I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. Completely by accident came to know of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. Large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, Hound of the Baskervilles. What? A Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and... Sato, what are you doing? That's forbidden! Women should not read! Boof! Oh, Father, how dare you! Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. How dare you, you're forbidden! Well, put it out of your mind, sorry. Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? It's forbidden now. What was Iris' manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea, but I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day. Title just slipped out. Never have guessed. That was an unpublished account with Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. It's forbidden. How dare you read? It's really all I know about it. I have no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. Mr. Naruto and Rain started investigating a few. I committed every detail about the case to memory. Naruto told me about disturbing happenings at the Waxworks Museum as well. Fully abreast the situation, Rain was said to expect nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber. Any response for building an elaborate machine was used to effect this extraordinary trick, yes. Conjurer of sorts by sound well known in the fields of science and magic. And we need to go and arrest him, well, yes, but we must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. Yeah, it sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Job for the police or a great detective. Police? So I suggest she might be thinking out. We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Not coming today? On the Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. You know later how you got on, won't you? That's a little abrupt. Pull of the herb market must be strong. Sweet. I guess no one's here. This is a fire hazard. Wow, assassin! I have no idea who the white-haired chick is, but likely evil. A white person with white hair, British Supreme Court Lord Justice Office, evil main villain. Oh, who's that stand beside Lord Strongheart? No wonder, I've never seen her before. Assassin. Evil! White people in these games, evil! Oh, champion of Korea had success this morning, I understand. You've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result, oh. You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Von Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely blamed for this having been taken in. Special dispensation prevents investigation. Scene will be renewed later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with the scrap metal in no time. Scrap metal now, is it? Wow, until later then, Lord Strongheart. Wow. Who are you people? Who are you? Thank you. Who the fuck was that? That was Dr. Courtney Sif, the damn Sif Lord at Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. Oh, she's a liar. Leading forensic investigation team's handler of this case. She was just delivering a report about the victim, in fact. I see about Mr. Assman. On the outcome of the trial earlier, asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. We get to see her in the list. Nah, she's not here. I'll have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you have to ask her directly. Find her in the forensics laboratory. Right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. Obviously, it's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. If only the world could be on time forever. Sir. What exactly is forensic investigation team mentioned before? British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. First created forensic investigation team a year ago now, and officially, of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago. Next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of the work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. We can usurp the Lords. Those fools have had it too long. Once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? Too long those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal systems with false evidence and bribes, but London scum's about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I'm not a villain. Sorry, your villain showing. I intend to see it personally. If only there was a way to cleanse this world of evil. Creating the finest police force the world has ever known. Protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Sif is extremely reliable, according to my officially established forensics division at Scotland Yard. She will run it as my right-hand woman up. She's super evil now, too. Damn Sif. Now then, speaker of the symposium, Miss Mikotaba. Yes, my lord. Father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. You acquainted Lord Strongheart. Professor Mikotaba, I mean. It's many years ago now, but yes. I remember Dr. Mikotaba very well. My memory serves, some 15 years ago now, your father came to Britain as a visiting student. Here I was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact. Mikotaba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young promising judge. Punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part anyway. I didn't think that you were. Mikotaba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals, St. Sinner's if I'm not mistaken. Sif was also there then, as it happens. Dr. Sif knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. No doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotaba was here studying his subject for 6 years in total. 6 years is a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years, so he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? Question mark. Rather a turbulent time at home, Dwell. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Our honor. Well, clearly something was going on at the time. What do you mean that happened? I wanted to ask you about Lord Von Zeeks, actually. I heard his older brother was killed some years ago. Dwell. John. Why do Johns all die? By a mass murderer known as the Professor who targeted nobles and royalty, is that right? We lost John, your brother John. You Japanese are a thorough lot. Done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother Clint Van Zeeks was murdered, John. It was just after young Barrack had graduated from University of London and became a prosecutor when obvious criminals managed to evade conviction and the court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say whenever Barrack Von Zeeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. My word, Lord Von Zeeks isn't the Reaper. It's a ghost of his brother. Boo, the Reaper, boo. Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart, go ahead. Well, Professor Harebraine's experimental machine. I'd like your permission to examine the remains if possible. Oh, you well versed in science, sir? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Oh, a special dispensation legally prevented investigation machine is currently being annulled. In a few hours, Dr. Sif's team forensic experts begin their own investigation. I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, Dwell. As long as you touch nothing. Thank you. If you don't look at it, it's better than nothing. You're able to see it too. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. Next engagement calls. I'm extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend in preparation for a symposium, I understand. How is he evil if he makes the trains run on time? How bad could he possibly be? What the? He figured that out. He's gonna die in his cell. He knows too much. Local prison cell 11. What's he doing? The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. Still writing more now. Sir, sorry to interrupt. Well, Mr. Naruto. Who is this young lady? I'm Susanna Mikotoba, Naruto's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. An apology to Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you in court this morning. Oh, no. Oh, thing, oh, miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Hairbrain. What have you been working on in your cell? What do the number letters mean? Hey, well, you mean that. Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an ADAC and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had in hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Some super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? Hey, no, actually, this is my autobiography. When I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain, found that I can represent my odd fortunes of only odd numbers and ambitious set of it. Simultaneous equations, really. I'm gonna have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. Gonna be a new serial publication next month. Part 1 not verified upbringing. Can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. See, well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Yes, of course. Been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled. By a pair of them, by Assman and that aloof engineer Drebber. We're gonna have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, aren't we? Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Assman, the kinesis machine, hypothesis even, so it's come to this. There's just really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It's never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. In court this morning, I realized something. You've done something wrong without knowing it. You've still done something wrong. Logic, it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. Blame still lies with me. No, Professor. Believed in me this morning. No, Barak did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution established its case. Barak wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now. Why was that he decided to take on the prosecution of my trial, I mean? Terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. I think that prosecutor taking the case, if it was anyone other than Barak. Sure, prosecution would have declared my hypothesis complete and utter nonsense. In that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. Barak insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. I think that's why he... Not very well indeed. Extremely kind-hearted soul. Extremely kind-hearted soul. Spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer. Admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. How does that fit with the kind-hearted soul idea? You think he sent out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say. It does seem likely, yes. You're useless. First man to me introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written. Said my work would benefit all humanity must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so emphatic. In reality, he was the mastermind of some mass criminal network, it seems. Still can't believe it. Can't believe Mr. Assman was evil. The machine was essentially a set decoration for stage magic. Probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. The scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal, but none of us have any money. We want to do research, can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn a few measly pennies to carry on. Go through all that only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. That's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. And Mr. Assman's no more, of course, only leaves the engineer. So Enoch Dribbler. Not Mr. Assman, Dribber. Is he an engineer, a magician, or a swindler? About a year ago, when Mr. Assman first brought Dribbler to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. At no point did you have any inkling he was just an illusionist. Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation, I see. The wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. Let's do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. No more clues you can give us to his whereabouts. Sorry, we only ever discussed kinesis machine, nothing else. Huh. Oh no, just once. Did visit his workshop. What workshop? Drubber's enormous fabrication factory where he constructed my great machine. Why didn't you mention this before? Look, Drubber's workshop. Chance we might find the man there. In Drubber's place of work there. Yeah, just once you understand. It was an enormous place, plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine. You see what can we find, and we have to go there once. Good chance to find Drubber there. Oh yes, definitely. But I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. See, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. I blindfolded you. I wasn't taking any chances. The place was incredible, pinnacle modern engineering. I think the oil used was the very best. Special French machine was impossible to obtain in Britain. Yeah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Mr. Saddle? Oh, the machine for your next birthday. I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Allen. I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card for Mr. Drubber, for example. Man was clearly very cautious, so I'm sure would never have. Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. Right here, look. Let me see that. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Drubber, engineer. Maybe that's all it says. There's no address. No. Well, I can't say. I'm surprised. I'm pretty sure there's invisible ink or something on it. Could be useful. Pretty sure there's gonna be something on it. This dark smudge here. Perhaps it's machine oil. Yes, possibly. Professor Airbraid mentioned something about the old Mr. Drubber used, didn't he? Said I specifically imported very high quality oil, possible obtained in Britain. Yeah, that's right. More importantly, it's more fragrant than the finest perfume, so excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry. I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. Cerebro, when you make up the thing you just gave me. Yes, that's just we need to prove my hypothesis, isn't it? Yes, now it's something to do with your hypothesis, actually. Take it away, I don't want to be bothered if anything doesn't assist my science. Pure abundant hair on. Forensics. Wow, not a villain as she chops up another body. Time for a villain theme. I believe this is it, Dr. Sif's laboratory. Chemical smells really assaults the nose, and there's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too. Looks as though the doctor isn't here. We're here now, so may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you become, Mr. Sato. Get yourself a little look around me and careful not to upset any restless souls. Dun dun. So as is Dr. Sif's desk? I would not like to work a place like this. Very tidy though, is it, Mr. Naruto? Imagine how efficiently you must work. Pain is poor, which is bad for the eyes. Chemical smell can be good for you. Not mention the skeleton which overuse the work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Oh yes, there are valid concerns, suppose. Just cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll which will me, that's all. Look at this one, a magnificent display case. Polished to a high sheen and intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers are really skilled, aren't they? Nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruto. Mr. Sato, can't you tell I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? No, it's how I cope. I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Or I'll say safe then, sure. And the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets, assortment of chemicals. One labeled highly toxic, that's worrying. There are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. Doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on even when you're surrounded by death. It's looking at me, it looks like an owl crew up there right now, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Oh no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruto. Yeah, I was afraid you were going to say that. Trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. They're just sleeping, damn you. Like Hachiko. I think perhaps you're wise to put something like that, your Daruma doll, on display in the office instead. I've just seen the pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Like pickled umaboshi plums we make back home, sure. Found that jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs and preserved in solution. Probably as examples of his rare medical condition. Mr. Sato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. As I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umaboshi, aren't they? Of course. I want a set of sharp tools. When considering each in isolation looks quite innocent, and why is it when you put them side by side they seem so horribly disturbing? Maybe best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing a large chunk that's open the desk does not make me wonder though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? Yeah, there have to be a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. Must be something I'm supposed to look at. I don't know if I missed it. I'll come back later. Yeah, I guess I'll come back later. It's spooky here anyway. Spit soon. It's just Scotland Yard hasn't figured anything out yet. I expect Switching grounds, foot on the crystal tower. Doggy, doggy, that's where the budget went. Doggy, I had no idea there were so many people that would get lost your saddle. Move. Know what you mean, it's really packed here today. Move, boof. Feels I was taking 2 hours to make a way to the crowds at this point. As I shut my brain down, I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh. I wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Sourdough. There you are. I had a feeling you would show your mugs before long. Doggy! Fuck, get out of the way! Doggy! Get out of the way! Inspector Gregson's here, hard work as usual. Well, greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met. I see the dog. It's the ceremony sight in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine, the gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. Might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. Probably guessed we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Why, what? It's young Trini's domain. Boy, get over here, Gina. Doggy. Seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving a traditional East End training. Gina, she's a police officer now. Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. No, Grayson! Sniper, get down! Yeah, that's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you gonna be posted then? We'll come see how you're getting along. Oh, not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. He's dead, sir. France. I reckon the Paris Police Prefecture should be right up my alley. France? It's like an entirely different country. I don't understand why we'd be sent there if not France, Pepe Hands. It's the way of the adult world, Rook Sunshine. Don't go poking your nose where it's not wanted. Tell them to take the kid with me when I go. What? Taking Gina to Paris. Oh, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what would become of her? I was worried she'd slip back into super hands of people's pockets and purses. I think he's worried about a pickpockets for now, though. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. It's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina. Don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. Gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound. Till all this is over, at least. Doggy? Oh, you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again. Heard that, did ya? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to any capable detective diva here. Ah, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now. I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? Doggy! Yay! Isn't he great? Toby's his name. How delightful, he's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. Not so lovely Inspector Gregson's playing on my mind, to be honest. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright, if it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? Doggy, doggy! I knew playing with me new friend here, I'd do that. Fuck my job. Whoa, doggy! Oh yes, Toby. She next one must be top of those stairs, I presume. I'm actually seeing it, you don't mind. Sorry, I can't go up there, Suze. No. Like I told Odo yesterday, even I ain't allowed near that rack. What's it called again? Things we ain't supposed to touch it. The special dispensation for scientific equipment act. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one. That's why only them are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something? Forensic investigation here. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah. Isn't it a case of special dispensations that did? think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. Still supposed to get permission from some bigwig as far as I know. What was his name again? Stortstrine or something. Yeah, we already did this. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think me and Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah, apparently. He's always watching the time or something. Actually, you just recently didn't see Lord Strongheart, eh? You what? You met him last time the boss was called to go and see him. Waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling tragic. Lord Strong has given us permission to examine the scene as long as he touched nothing. Oh yeah, honestly. Martin, go ahead. If it turns out you're lying, he'll be the boss who gets it. He will never eat another chip again in his life. So you're saying all this is a file board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, the stairs, off you go. Thank you, Gina. It's great learning, had a right laugh. There's a new one on me there. You know, being in court is not spending the whole time worrying about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Otto's made things hard for me every single time at all. Just doing my job, Gina. Watch somebody else get it in the next, a lot of fun, actually. Amazing when you showed that dodgy professor dodgy experiment was a total fix. Dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruto's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't though. It's the boss who feels sorry for, sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? Supposed to arrest the other Cove, isn't he? No time for tomorrow now, you know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. That's the one, yeah, so the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black mark. Well, I guess they wouldn't be. Don't too much on the boss if you ask me. It says like giving him a gut ache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't the actual. Watch from the fried food. It's going around trying to track down Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they have any luck. It's really funny looking, got 2 eyes and don't match. Stole a glimpse picture of him earlier. I mean, didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Oh, who? You know, that Scowling Reaper is always glugging down glasses and red plunk. Lord Von Zeeks. It's always at it for me, that Cove. You know what he's always scowling about mine. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. That'd be the Reaper's apprentice and detective training. Yeah, I see it. The choice between a Chip Guzzling detective and a child scuggling demigod. They're equally badly off of both. Suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Probably would put that on the bed. The point is, everyone's at the yard dead set on finding a fishy engineer. Don't see me no clues to go on, so they're stuck. No one can lead us to Drebber at all. Toby. Find a little mutt then, Gina. Oh, I don't be so flaming rude on him. Slight overreaction, don't think. Ain't no mutt, alright. Toby's, how did they put it? Oh yeah, bona fide detective, Sora. Giving him a proper time and everything. Chief Inspector Toby, you're more senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Ooh, so he's a police dog, is he? Police recruit dogs now. There's already been used officially in Germany as part of the city policing. Used to chasing criminals and such, like a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a good sense of smell myself as it happens. I can tell undergarments have been freshly laundered from the undergarments that haven't. Well, that's nothing compared to this little fellow, eh? Really. According to what the boss said, once Toby has got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase the scent to the other side of the world. To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Just now, though, I think you may have missed the point. What a wide margin. Just can't believe this little dog has such incredible skill. There's going to be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right. One of these days they'll be barking always at us all out the other way around. Oh dear soul, Jim, I don't think I'll be able to feel vision quite that much.
Anyway, whatever you think about that, Tilly is Bryn's first place dog. Found him down the East End the other day. Someone just chucked him out on the street. There you go, I knew she'd left him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, such a kind so on you. Children into animals. I don't know why when I play this game I usually, yes, get drowsy. Oh, fuck. Crystal Tower still being repaired, yada yada. Can't really see any close books anymore. I was really been looking forward to a great expedition on this side. Yes, when I found that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. When you're back in London, gaze on the magnificent tower now. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. Stairs needed experimental stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. Expedition Grounds experimentation stage. Alright, so this is a machine. It was used to deceive you when the thing instantaneous kinesis. Take it place, yes, that's right. Rather was a machine. It's a little worse for it at the moment. Extraordinary Lance Professor Airbrain went in order to obtain the research grant. No. A professor was tricked as well. You don't know anything about it. Yes, of course, it is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. Right about that, you'd never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Is that? Wow, Lord Von Zeeks. So I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sato? Already? Here's a Reaper Ember. We do well to keep our distance, I think. Our permission to be here from the tower. Perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine. As long as we don't touch anything from the top. I mean, Lord Strongheart, exactly. Stay here and share this record as long as you like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here and would have been Inventor Steel Will. Useless experiment, Yagato. Terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders are buckled and twisted in the blast. What they call the bird cage is right in the middle of it all. I'm assuming there's gonna be wax below that. Mr. Narrative, the middle grow in the floor looks as though it's been designed to open. It does, doesn't it? The floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred. Bird cage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt this is a very elaborate hoax, is there? Horn-shaped transmitting device isn't amazing. It's exactly what I thought when I first saw it. Makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened. That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I can predict what you're gonna say next. Okay, so you're about to say nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh no, I would never say something like that. Hey, least approachable man in the world, winner, 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Otto. Your country and assistants stand firm behind you. Lord Von Zeeks. What? Oh well. Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? Thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs, you vermin, you savages, really. Oh, I read them. So what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. But you've managed to disturb me. Never mind, state your business then. Come to think of it, quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Von Zeeks about. Well, he switches that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Anyway, Mr. Naruto, you won't know unless you try.
Clint, not John. Pepin's John. John!
So, Clint was the name of your older brother, I understand. Lord Von Zooks. You Nipponese, I ought to be on guard whenever you're around. You've been investigating me, have you? No, it's not like that. Well, alright. It is a bit like that. Older brother was also a prosecutor. He was a pride of the Von Zooks family, tragically. A vicious killer took him from us. Professor, you mean? Hey, something funny. That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry, there's more to it then. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it?
You're too kind. Gonna tar all Nipponese with the same brush next?
Tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident?
As happens, Lord Von Zooks, there's rather a curious case to come to our attention. Where are the Madame Tussauds Museum waxwork by any chance?
I am naturally believe that since last month I've featured in one of the displays there for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Particular waxwork had been stolen from the place and held for ransom. Particular waxwork, which? You don't mean? Yes, it's a professor. Wow, what does he look like? Sholmes investigating the case as we speak. It's not aware of that. Turned as white as a sheet. Nipponese Enoch Drebber. Please trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already. Surely it goes without saying. I'm very keen to see him found as well. Mr. Andy Young, was trying to welcome and duties yesterday. Trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we were in court earlier. Which court and professor? Hairbrain? Yeah, if you have the different skin for her, she just pulls that out of thin air. It's a tall, thin gentleman in a straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So I was just wondering. Henry is it's probably not possible. Very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Susano-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine, why not? Villain, this guy's a villain! Photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Villain. Appears he already had that black monocle at the time. Is he the sister? Is he the brother of the sister? Or the fuck of the coroner? What? Oh no, nothing. I'm just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Von Zooks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Photograph of Drebber has been entered in the court record. Sus. The true Reaper of the Bailey. File requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruto? Lord Van Zook's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susanoo-san can see it too. Lord Von Zooks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Sir Kazuma-sama. Kazuma? Don't believe it. Your posture, your presence, it can only be It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? Case 2 gets worse and worse from the previous game. It just becomes a fucking meme. Too bad the 15-year-old hangs. Got something strange very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. Like, more and more as you play through games, Case 2 must be the worst case in the series. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait. Too late. What's going on here? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, I'm just asked how long you've known him. Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Stronghorn introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor, but he didn't tell you why, did he? Red appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. He has amnesia. Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side, but he'd serve as my judicial assistant. Oh, and Lord Stronghorn's orders he'll be in court with us. Unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, thank you. I saw a reaction there. Sarah-san was caught out like that and really seemed to hit a nerve when she called out Kazuma-sama. It makes the second case in the first game like worse and worse. Like, is it like outside of case number 1s in games? Like, is that case like literally the worst in the series? It's so bad. And it was all fucking faked or whatever now. Christ, it gets worse and worse. This wasn't here yesterday. Really, but I'm not mistaken. It's the cage which the victim was in before it was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the bird cage. Colonel pressed her hairbrains in court. It's made of wood. Precisely Japanese cypress, I think. Despite having been an explosion and fallen from the great height, it's relatively unharmed. Wonderfully durable construction when you say Mr. Naruto understood the forensic investigation should be taken away yesterday to examine. So must have brought it back here when they finished their work. Silent out the body inside of it. No, that's right. We were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. Too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. The wooden cage. Already met at that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruto? Yes, yesterday, in fact. Lord Von Zeke's office. I see. And if Kazuma-san really is still alive, means Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're gonna need to speak to him about that. He's part of the conspiracy because Mr. Sholmes doesn't want the Hound of Baskervilles published or the bracelet published, yada yada. You're gonna have to leave now. Forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. I'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Sato. Of course. Actually, I'm gonna investigate the scene again. Alright, if it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? Doggy! Can you play with my new friend here? Yes, Toby. Well, we can't look around on stage now because forensic investigations. Why can't you do anything, Genie? In your capacity as Inspector Lestrade. Look, I'd like to help you out. But I'm just a trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing I can do. Well, it suits you, yes. But the doggy, I want to pet the dog.
So we have an investigation, but the doggy is scorched on the ground you mentioned. Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. Clear evidence the balloon exploded that day of the incident. Professor Harebrayne, I do feel sorry for him. His dreams have been shattered about this. It sounds well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ho ho ho. Ouch, I'm a bad person. Like a flying balloon. I've never seen one in the flesh before. I can't understand how they fly. So high up as well. Think of the view, Mr. Howard. I must be able to see miles and miles. Do you think of it? Terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out. Sure, they're perfectly safe after all. They've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world. Let's not forget we know at least one has exploded. I'm sure there are ways to fly. What a shame the symbolic landmark create expedition damage like that. Yes, unfortunately. Birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible, and God's given us a warning if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam, not cut corners instantaneous. Can you imagine what happened if Birdcage on a slightly different location? The death toll could have been far worse. I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, honestly. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam next time Birdcages rain down on all of you. Faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam in the university? It wasn't by studying alone. No suit for now, yes. Stage up there is where the experiment was sent very high, isn't it? 30 feet, I believe, or 9 meters if you prefer. Crane your neck to stay up to its stats hard after a while, doesn't it? Yes, we need to get up there and look around properly. If I'm honest, climbing all the stairs make my chest hurt over here. I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Howard. She steal the cage from us. Space. No wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I had to turn on my ears and go straight home, via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets. I understand that. Looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of Waxwork. Oh well. Suppose we just have to come back in later. The heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Who's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? Science says Madame just spouse special exhibit. So you have to pay extra to go inside, I know. Can you believe that? Pay more money as if we haven't been scared enough already. Not my doing, Mr. Naruto. Pusher. Pusher's a monster, damn you. Pusher could push any of us. Oh, fuck, this is what I missed. Big book here. It appears to be an account and ledger. It's a record of forensic investigation team spending, I think. Oh, what is it? It's clear the team purchased various equipment and spas on a monthly basis, but well, one entry seems rather strange. Really, in what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500. Must be working really hard dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. Scalpel blades can be sharpened too.
Does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all of them for? What are you doing? Not a villain, wow. So yeah, man, someone wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So safe. You thought you'd sneak around. That's acceptable to you people from the east, is it? And she's racist, wow. Well, what do you want, you savages? Us master race, British, must win. Well, Stronghart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmund's body, I mean. Came to ask you about your findings on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well, if Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. When we're done, you must leave immediately. There we go. 39. She must be evil then. Over the age of 20, you're evil. Fix engineer magician insert machine. Her brain's demonstration. Her findings. So you want to know the forensic investigation determined from its examination of the scene. Victim Mr. Audie Asmund disappeared from the experiment stage amid an explosion. Mr. Asmund appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower. Without question, one and the same person. That's the team's conclusion, but that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate how it was carried out. So two people look very similar to each other were involved. That made it appear one single person switched places, couldn't they? Very true, sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. Fingerprints at the scene make it quite evident. Let me guess, how much time passed between the swap and this explosion? Fingerprints are not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day they'll be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Why, but that would mean instantaneous kinesis actually took place, so where does that leave us? I too was tasked with the investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, yet the body did move from one place to the other. Nothing cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. What is this? Where did she spring from? What did she call to talk to her mama? Wow. So the mom's probably gonna be evil, the fucking Ayaya girl is good. This is a lawyer, dear. Oh, to meet you, pleased to meet you. Yeah, I'm a defensor, Rio Skinner and Mama. Yes. Can I cut this one up? Okay, they're all crazy monkeys. What? Get away, the sniper! I've never seen the inside of an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Nowadays, pale as a corpse, and let's say you perform mistaken for one. So what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners simply can look around my office. Such impertinent Easterners around. How terrible, yes, you. Doesn't mince her words, Miss Sal. I think perhaps it's time we left. Screw you.
here, Miss Sarah, yes. The wood's cracked and broken and those bullets could have fell from such a height, yes, from the height which the balloon was flying down the crystal tower below, fall about 30 feet. 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. Says, I'm sure you're asking me, they give you hints on what else you need to do, but better not try going up those stairs stage right now. Or bumping the forensic team. That team sounds like it make trouble. You have to present what I just showed. Wow, there, about this genus is a dumb one. Yeah, I'm still learning new letters at the moment. Only know A to E, ain't too much bleeding trouble. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card's important, eh? Welcome. Just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. Turns out that this is very high quality French machine oil. It's a very particular scent. Apparently, you don't say. Let's have a whiff then. Everyone's sniffing this fucking card. Get the dog to sniff it. You sure don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh right, I mean Toby. Doggy, go for it, doggy. Ah, Toby, let's go. Main character. Since it smells so good, you can trap people where the oceans can. That's our brain farms. It's always unique to Mr. Druber's workshop. Oh, Toby, let's go! Let's go! Picked up a scent. He follows the scent of this oil. Toby could lead us to that Dodgy Cole's workshop. That's right, that's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. Oh boy, that one. What did you? It's a pickpocket. Gonna lead everyone to Druber's workshop. I'll be the boss's boss for an extra. Look how fast his tail wags. Doggy. Yes, Jay, I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Right then, Otto, leave it to me, sorry. Gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty this time. I'm afraid we can't help. Need to get on for investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh, well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets in the neck. I'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Get that oil sent up, yeah? Come on, and then, boy. See you later. Soon. I hope the scent of the oil leads them to that swindler's workshop. Yes, hope so too. To leave before the dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all the investigation we can here for now. Could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Druber. Georgina and Toby won't let us down. Now then, I think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point. If things are discussed, dying to meet him after all these months. Quite possible we might know something useful, you're right. How to find out Madame to spell. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, artist told me all about his unusual venture. Okay. Finally. Yeah, because in the old games he'd present everything to everyone, because you didn't know where to go, but this game gives you like little hints. Here we go again, the house wars. I haven't gotten used to the place yet. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home, get a confectionery, of course. Sadison really is after something sweet today, isn't she?
Look, Mr. Naruto, look at that waxwork. Quite sure it wasn't there before. Looks exactly Mr. Sholmes down to very last detail. Aha. What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. Another friend of my dedicated employee. Ah, yes, hello again. Hello, ma'am. Runosuke Runosuke Naruhodo. I must say I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. Precious waxwork's already back where it belongs. You don't mean... Yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. As you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. Habitual duties. Alas, do not disturb her. Poor Susato-san, she looks very perplexed. Fuck that, I'm disturbing it. Maybe you need to speak to Mr. Sholmes and allow him to say hello again. But where is he? I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh, what would you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I, the world-famous great detective in waxwork, Herlock Sholmes. He's dead, sir. Susato-san! Susato-san! Wow, game over. She fell. From that height, she killed, or her neck broke. Terrible tragedy. Most humble apologies. Thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. The pusher via London. The pusher could be anywhere. It could even be you. Dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point, as long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Really, it's a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved. We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. You are, my good fellow, as I predicted. It was as easy as proverbial pie. But I confess I'm yet to partake of a pie proverbial otherwise. Is there any good food so far today in that matter? Stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. I managed to solve it so quickly. Ah, well, do you remember I'd said it was largely solved? No, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? What the? You're mad! You're mad! Black magic! Most modern invention allow you to hold a conversation with people far away. Demon magic! Get my cross, I'm gonna stab this guy. Damn demons. Japan only the Imperial Cup and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. Damn demon says you can talk to someone not in the same room. There must be a ghost in here. This morning, telephone calls received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. Such was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, waxwork was returned. It's amazing. That's between you and I. Yeah, the culprit always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps. The ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. What does that not mean? The negotiation was entirely unnecessary. But I must ask you to keep from Madame's spells at all costs. Hungry young Iris waits my return to Baker Street after all, poor Iris. How then do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Yes. Not Drebber. Perhaps is trying to track somebody down. Oh. Yes, man by the name Enoch Drebber. Swindler who duped Professor Harebrain and engineer built the kinesis machine. Swindler and an engineer. Quite a modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. So few clues to go on, that's the trouble. I don't have any good ideas. I have no data yet. It's a capital mistake to have good ideas before a good one has data. One has data. If I knew someone in a man's appearance, at least I'd be in a better position to help. Yes, Trevor's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, I'll just present it. No matter how small, I'll gladly give you my thoughts on it. Kazuma's death. Wow, you liar. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruto, stay that Pearson stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Though me Russian, the Ruskies, your words were very clear. So let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murdered, wow, when you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Sogi. Quite sure. He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia, but yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. Must have known all the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up by the murderous atmosphere of the moment. Fellow wasn't dead at all. Ho 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 ho. Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruto? Could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes. Now I'll tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Or want to lie, whatever. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Villain. It's a villain! So we murdered a 15-year-old girl. Even though no one died. Sholmes, you cast your eyes over this photographic print. Enoch Trevor. Face of engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. Looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Alright, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interested in this, very interested indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruto. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? Explained to you when you arrived, the missing wax has been returned. I personally reinstalled it with the exhibit which was taken behind those thick curtains. Yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it for a mere 5 shillings? A special one-time only price, you understand? Property won't come again, I might add. Would you like to see the fruits of my labor? Well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. That's good postphone. Price a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. 5 shillings? You're mad! You're being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Should I only look at my expression? Do ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. Never tell off you, that's the point. Very well, couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. Special exhibit always waits behind the curtain. I bet you pursue it at your leisure. Well, money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. And through those heavy curtains at last. Well? What's behind the curtain? Stop waterboarding, sir. 5 shillings we have to pay. Doesn't seem right someone Mr. Sholmes slipped money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law in their own hands or chip-living inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes out rather well on that list, I think. Dun dun, what does it look like? The professor. Dun dun, what does it look like?
Let's do spell special exhibit. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Miss Susano. So we turn on Eaters of Australia via a really big confectionery. So we certainly can't do that. I paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking at it a little more closely. We paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete, and they're the great diddling detectives far more terrifying than anything else in this place. Most events have shown us maybe said the case was largely solved. Be as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer and your identity. But there. Pay 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. It's that fear of frustration that's making Sarason's voice tremble. This part of the exhibition is just as disturbing as the rest. Looks so real. Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand, too. Look. Perhaps you investigate in a little more detail. Let me see his eye patch. Yeah, you see it, yeah. Like how the camera's purposely trying not to can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just, oh, you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Arnold? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't you worry. What on earth? Okay. I don't believe it. Black monocle. Mr. Nowadays, is it possible this man is... Yes. Enoch Drebber's color is hers different, but it's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? Why does the convict behind him have no head? Head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved with my words, I believe. Also, get the missing head tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. Very hungry, Iris waits my return to Baker Street, preferably of rations. You know something about this ring. Strange. Strange, what do you mean? Displays in the house were supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mr. Sato. Go on. As terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't have ever really happened, could it? It was made by the scam artists. I think it's time I educated you a little on the professor. The nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Resurrection Conrad, I believe you told you about the professor yesterday, did I not? Took the lives of 5 victims, every one being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Gosh, an enormous hound. How awful. Taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand, accordingly. The professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. Closed court seeming the professor's identity. As you surmise, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which joins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair.
The very night he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Oh please, Drebber's your fucking witness and he's a scammer. Came back to life. Clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events convened there as a witness. But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the scam artist, so obviously this didn't happen. The young man in a white overcoat, he probably just dug up the body and took it and then made up an excuse. And Dr. Aubrey saw it happen. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor had been given and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. So witnessed the unimaginable scene was this young man. I already know what happened here. Like, why does Drebber fucking have a shovel? So obviously fucking like dug it up himself and just made up this story. What a joke. Alright. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. So horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. He literally comes to a graveyard with a shovel. Sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Shown in a photograph of him, his hair is completely white. Following a few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the Capitol. Public was frantic for every last detail, but the killer had come back to life. As you've seen, the exhibit was even crazier, Madame Suspense. I don't understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. I don't understand what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. The only graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what is he up to? Professors acts terror through London's upper class in a complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. Since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. A dog, as you can imagine, the impact the case must have. Time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did a talk of shock and witnesses' account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? Police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No. That would be Mr. Drebber, who must have lied to police and newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since, rather striking then. Well, he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, convict murderer couldn't really have come back to life. Not possible. Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight, it was all a shock. Hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. This must be the killer if you know Mr. Professor. I think so, Colonel, what Madame Suspense said. Killed 5 victims, all of noble royal blood. Waxwork so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. You know, it looks like it could start moving any moment, does it? Only had a head, that is. Yeah, sometimes in the other place we live down here, geckos would come in if I opened the door. Or whatever those small lizards, I think they're called geckos. But yeah, they'd probably die if we kept them in, so I'd try to shoo them out. I should examine a little more detail. This is a condemned man, yes, so-called professor. And perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. Never to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. We have entertained such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato. I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see. Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it. That's an extremely absent-minded detective usually describing, isn't it? Perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. An extremely absent-minded thief. There had been some reason why only the head was returned. What is the reason? Means we don't want to face the infamous professor with that, do we? Wow. Oh. Something cotton just inside the convict's jacket here. Looks like a piece of broken glass. Quite a big piece too. Very thick, is it? About 5 times thicker than normal glass glaze, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength, but why? Well, perhaps because the glass had spanned a particularly wide area, such as a big building, for example. I've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? The glass is broken too, don't we? Exactly, the crystal tower had a great expedition. How would the glass in the crystal tower be lodged inside this waxwork jacket? Makes you think, doesn't it? Early in court we established the Kinesis experiment was a trick, and now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Just a coincidence. Piece of glass is almost as thick as it wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. When we compare it to the human, only Mr. Sholmes is such thick skin. Really no need for such a comparison otherwise, you well know. Yeah, it can only be from the crystal tower, surely. Yes, I think so too is probably made especially with the man's that great structure. Back away. What is this? Just running us expressing What's this here? Oh, I think I know what he must have been doing. He was trying to dig up the body and take a picture of his face. Appeared to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. Ah, the camera's so small. This technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. Why would the man be in a graveyard night with a camera? I mean, I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture a moment of dead body came back to go some film. I'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. Camera, yoink. Look out the photographic plate inside the camera, you can see what the picture was taken. It's a photographic plate. A piece of glass put under a special mold and iron so light coming through the lens. Open the cover at the back of the camera, you should find it. Let's have a look. What? What is going to be in a camera of a wax figure? You do like machinery, don't you? This is the confusing part, yeah. What did the wax figure museum like? Oh, a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth is a man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night? Oh, Mr. Sato, yes, that's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. Oh no, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. Didn't do this, Mr. Ando. It's a fucking shovel. No, although we haven't considered trowels. It's not even close to a trowel. The latter says to be distracted, I feel. I should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're gonna bury the hatchet. You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's a real question. Quite a large lamp man's carrying. What is it, a lantern? Sound like a Japanese Chochin paper lantern, is it? Lamp, lantern, Chochin, the point is it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard and if only this. Sunlight couldn't do it. Well, I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Everything. What the bloody Nora do? What you got done? You know what are you doing here? Doggy! I asked Iris and she said this is where you be, so. Boom. Gina. Not so loud in a museum, and I suppose I'll have you take a position as a waxwork here. That may be more pressing concern. I still had some flash power left from 6 months ago, so... I genuinely understand, but please, down the gun. Alright, sorry, I got scared. Try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? Brings me, what do you think? We found it. We found that dodgy Co's workshop. What, you found Drebber's workshop? Yep, Toby's nose took me straight there. Boss and the others headed over in there now in a drag. Come on. Here's the address. Got the boss to write it out. Thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then, see you there soon. You go, don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place. In the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone's feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming. Words harm me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. There is not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. No courage at once. No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes' end. Gladly pay half, Mr. Narrow. Thank you, Mr. Saddle. Right, let's go. Before we go, I want to check that. It's in the camera. Wonderful machine, and there's blood. I don't know. Oh, we'll see. Really love contraptions like this, don't you? I thought the only model, the wax model stolen, was the guy on the ground, or in the grave. Yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible, almost irresistible, surely. When I see a pocket watch or a Zam, I can't help myself, simply have to take it apart. That's where I guess. Father tells me time in the bed rumbles at his stomach and has given up having to watch. Yes, we control. Yes, we missed out. What is it? On the bellows just here. See me some very dark red stains. Ah, you're right. Looks like blood, actually. Oh my, I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Ha ha ha. Look, the cover came open. Yes, now there should be glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take to see. Something wrong. There is no plate. It's been removed. What a pity. Suppose that you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera I was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. Never found a photographic print of the executed comic like anyway. Quite right, of course. Those Savison looks devastated. Drebber's workshop. Trying to find another body. That looks like another super high voltage contains kinesis machine. It would appear so, though only a prototype naturally. Yeah, so you got here then. Gina, well done for finding this place. Such little time. Really worked miracles. Toby here is the miracle worker. Yay, doggy! Okay, I'm gonna go right back and get a drink while you guys look at the doggy. Doggy! He's a good boy. Toby's a good boy. Stupid doggy. Who's a good boy? And dog was in her infinite energy. Okay.
Good old Toby or some medical worker. Dougie. There's, oh no, I'm preggers. It's not an emo. There's not enough space for it. I haven't gotten a haircut in a while. Okay. Okay. Doggo. Thought you lot would show up before long. Inspector, that's one knitted brow. Looks like he's eating a lemon out of a bag of fish and chips. Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? So no, we didn't find a soul in here. What a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place, giving us the chance to investigate. What Gina tells me, only found the thing so clue you lot turned up. Wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. I know if you're hoping to snoop around here, I'll get cracking. Lord Von Zeke's and a forensic investigation team on the way to speak them again. Glad you got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types, right? And my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down once you have the chance, and you, Sholmes. So I think we're gonna find his body at this rate. Pardon. I take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll, but you may consider me nothing more than inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Through the laser beam. This is European style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. You suppose. Crossbow bolts, these. Right size of the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds, in other words. Yup, that's more evidence to support your theory. All goes to show Drebber was one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Enoch Drebber. Store doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock, and there's gonna be a corpse in there. Drebber's dead, sir. Specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off until he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's given it to you. Gretchen looked as though he really enjoyed that. No sign of anyone on the other side. No, Drebber must have fled at first sign of danger. He's dead, sir. Locked room murder again. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massage, that's for sure. No doubt if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. Young scientists could wish for no higher honor. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. Becoming increasingly clear. Much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks. Couldn't agree more, my dear madam. How about you, Mr. Naruto? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? Your tired shoulders, of course. He's not gonna let that go, is he? Curious so, isn't it? You would expect such important trouble to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. Science trophy. Middle plaque here, look. Foster and burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? Clearly, Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Sir, Mr. Naruto, that machine is covered by the Special Scientific Equipment Act. There will be serious repercussions ready to examine it. Crown and government. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. I mean, it's being ennobled anyway. Quite hollow inside, no working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose chain dropped on the floor, nothing, not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. Poor Toby. British people very much ruled by their own ideas, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Miss Sato. He's dead, sir. Oh, something wrong, says Sato. Well, I thought I heard a noise. On the far side of that door. Well, Gina, do you hear it too? Yeah, Toby's going crazy. I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby's going crazy? Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. The Scotland Yard. He's dead, sir. Oh, I think he's gone. Someone is in there. This rotten bleeding lock. Dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were countenanced, I could unlock the door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. There, you may enter it. Well, that was quick. Confused minutes or seconds, I think. Go, go, go! Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. It's an emergency. Strong possibility beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Well. Bomb! Bomb! What's the footsteps in there? Oh, what happened here? Why is everything upside down?
What is this ability? Rats, there ain't no one in here after all, but there must be. It was only moments ago we heard those noises. That sounded Drebber running away. Only one door in this room. No windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Tell me, what have you here then? Look at those sausages in the middle of the room. So I was trying to burn something in a hurry. Well, it looks like a set of blueprints to what? That's Harebrain's bombing machine, is it? Blimey, if we had these, there'd be... You don't need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. Sounded of great interest in here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope with significance about that. Never mind. See, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruto. Let's investigate the entire room thoroughly before a forensic investigation team arrive. No denying it is there, the footprints. Appears so. I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Is there Susato shoot up or something like Susato takedown, I mean. No wonder why, Mr. Naruto. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. So every piece of furniture is upside down. Mr. Sholmes' suite isn't as much of a mess. No position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruto. So it's not the same thing, is it? Captain Casanova started around for like 7 months. It's not mess in here per se, it's that everything is literally upside down. But why? A large safe. Don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although, if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. Hold it to the floor, prevent exactly that sort of unread trick and start off. Well, then you could just steal this floor as well, I suppose. Sorry, but you're really not making sense at all. No, I think we can agree that whatever's inside must be very important. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Sir Naruto, yes. In point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see, I've never seen anything like it before. I'm trying to figure out, like, what have they seen in Japan at this era? Like, have they really not done anything in hundreds of years? Like, there's so many objects that are foreign to the MC. I don't even understand. Like, did Japan just not move for like 300 years? Sato, what's the matter? I know the country was closed, but geez, did they get any technology advances? It's surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? Did they not get books or anything? Yeah. What did you say? Time bomb. Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? Truly a one of a kind, Mr. Naruto. I'll take that as a comment. And then how the hell did Russia lose to them? I guess it was a shock to everyone in Europe, but maybe the Emperor was incompetent, maybe the Admiral was incompetent. Now the next question is, how the fuck did Russia lose? You don't know nothing, do you, Otto? I haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I'll invite you to consult a dictionary later, Naruto. Particular specimens of time bomb have a very similar appearance. I mean, how many years did they get to modernize before that fleet thing happened? It wasn't even that long, was it? Thank goodness, then. What is it? Damn, Russia, Pepe Hints. See, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, we've seen the heart of the matter. Times I would consider my lot most unfair. Fate, I'll never know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mr. Sato. Here we go, I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I draw two conclusions of the scene we see before us. The first, the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drubber himself. But how could you? Second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is, without question, completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. What is that face? Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. How you deflect the inspector's go with such fortitude there, Miss Sholmes, well done. Too kind, my dear madam, I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mr. Sato. Yes, I'll be delighted. So shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes proud to present his logic and reason spectacular. Flip furniture. The seated room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, and the lamp. Everything is upside down. Almost every item in the room had recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, or fallen straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that? Gee, the key here. I like how there's fucking the safe on the chairs. Gravity. Pure technology is the last to succeed in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. Gravity is from reverse and restored to normality. Goodness. Inverted furniture clearly reveals the true gravity played in this whole business. I understand your skepticism, Mr. Sato, but I was incredulous at first. However, my conviction, my analysis, met when I observed this. Anti-gravity device, almost identical to one featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. But then why does it have a clock on it? Most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls the gravity direction of a switch. Clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. The commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment the restoration occurred. Yeah, that's the reason why everything here has been turned upside down. It's the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further. Explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction of which gravity acts was reversed by Mr. Drubber before restored normality in automatic fashion sometime later by a timer device. I witnessed precisely the scene in a dream once I had when I fell out of bed. An engineer. Let us consider next conundrum. What was our engineer's friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible there were footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? Questioner's answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drubber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way in this room, except in the skylight. That is, Converting the gravity in here, Drubber was able to fall conveniently to the sea and make his escape via the otherwise unacceptable skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drubber have fallen up the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept of the old man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. Reached the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Anchored one end to the wall, the man was able to get the lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drubber was able to escape this room before our arrival. Reverse the pull of gravity, led via the skylight. Personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Escape via the skylight. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. He's a genius. Doggy. She doesn't even listen anymore. Doggy. I'd rather play with the doggy too. Good old doggy. Completely spellbound. Mrs. Holmes, just one thing that troubles me. Expect nothing less, you're destined to be troubled by just one thing the rest of your life. One thing is such a thing actually possible? Anti-gravity device, I mean. Say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of 20th century? It's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. Whole deduction hinges on it. But my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, what remains must be the truth, however improbable it may seem. Marvelous slime, would you agree one of my more enduring pearls of wisdom? Ours come with the exact phrase my original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I read something like that, Mr. Salomon.
Objection!
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Suppose broken glass. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. If Mr. Drebber had used it to skip the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably ravel in the end. As think you'll find, do ropes as evidence of such. Don't look at the mystery face in this room now, skillfully unraveled, or even circled as coils of rope. I think perhaps when to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections. Great detectives, great action will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. Let's do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. If you're ready, let us resume. Sherlock Holmes' logic and reason is spectacular. Audit Monsieur Holmes. Plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that? Indeed, the key here says gravity. Pure technology is last seen freeing us from the great pool of Earth. Gravity is from its reverse sense and restored to normality. Goodness. Inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth of gravity you played in this whole mess. I think gravity would reverse in this very room. Find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. Man himself made it a scientific impossibility, so yes, you're quite right. Let's completely discount the idea at once. With some mercilessly so. When you've eliminated impossible, what remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said certainly. Confusing the part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, suppose so. Let's see if we examine the topsy-turvy scene a little more closely. Reveal some proof shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. I can't do the other thing. Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that. I know. That slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment. The flowers are thriving. So it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruto, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me.
Take that!
Base clear reveals truth upon gravity playing in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruto, you surpassed yourself. I completely turned my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Holmes. Trust me. Rightly say, though it appears at first glance all the furniture in the room is upside down. Some assuming slender vase is standing keenly to the attention. Like the large safe, there's nothing fixed in it to the floor.
It's the exception that breaks the rule. Sure, as much as it pains me, gravity in this room is never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Poor Mr. Sholmes. Show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. They don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved, namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite naturally, there's an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything's are turned upside down is this anti-gravity device. It's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it. Right? The lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, no need to doubt somebody did it, somebody turned all this furniture over. Whoever it was must have had a reason. Wait, nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. I'm more wondering, it takes so much effort to turn over a dresser. I'm assuming he's turning over every piece of furniture just to find a safe code. Look, there's someone written on the other side of this chair. Yeah, safe 43258. Safe isn't safe and secure. Is in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly more likely. Well, there is a large safe bolt to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. This number would let us open it. I don't know why it's written here though.
Take that!
The reason why everything is here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Is there even a Nintendo Direct? Oh, someone asked about Fridays. Yeah, Fridays has been Advance Wars for a little bit, so there hasn't been a Fire Emblem for a while. No Advance Wars until we get to Fire Emblem Awakening, so probably 2 more streams of Days of Ruin Relax and then Fire Emblem. We did Advance Wars 1, 2, Dual Strike, and now we're on Days of Ruin. Besides, I believe, Mr. Naruto, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year. But I already took a note to ticket number down inside her book just in case. I don't know what we'll do for Awakening. I've never actually used a 3DS emulator, but maybe we may have to. That's it. For people who forget just souls at heart, always make a written note important for me. Now, our last level we did on Advance Wars was the one where Will or the CO power happens. Just gave him the ticket itself, safe would be more sensible, I think. What pray happened next, Mr. Naruto? Well, the day the draw came around, figuring out which book I'd written number in, turned my room upside down to find it. That's it for people who are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down. What if you always note things in the same place? I actually won second prize, you know. Remember which magazine it slipped the ticket into, so I turned my room upside down. Thank you, Naruto. Prove my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario is clearly unfolded in this room. Finder himself requiring access to the safe. The occupant observed needed a combination code. Remember the written on the underside of a piece of furniture. We forgot which one leads this day that we now find the room. What I don't believe is no one would turn over the fucking dresser first before a chair. There's like a dresser on the other side of the room. It takes an enormous amount of strength to flip it over to look on the underside. Like, I would not believe anyone would flip over a dresser before the chair. Trevor overturned all the furniture in here in desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Find the safe combination. Yeah, to see the dresser over there. Jesus, you completely flipped it. Over like flipping an easy chair. Consider an accident. What was the engineer friend's aim? Who did the greatest clue we have to explain his actions above our heads? Just how is it possible there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? The question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because there's a nearby skylight. Well, if a change in direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? It as though that particular mystery is just becoming even harder to solve. Can't think of any other way to explain it all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those Helicon days when gravity could be reversed. Yes, it was minutes ago, and those Halcyon days never existed in the first place. So we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes, observe the area in more detail. Put our faith in Mr. Sholmes, who gets us into these situations in the first place. The fuck? It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look. Yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. That shoe's thrown up there to become lodged, you think? If so, general number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes at the ceilings? Oh dear. Beyond me, I'm afraid. Gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem very real blue. I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up. A green gas balloon. What does that seem to ring a bell with me? You can see there are footprints on this balloon too, look. Oh yes, surely that's a clue, isn't it? What tells us? I'm not sure.
Take that!
Is there gonna be a body in the safe now? The reason our footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. Closer inspection, there are clear footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. For what purpose? Green balloon. Seems somewhat familiar data. Piece of green balloons. Oh no, the Mr. Naruto Iris ones. Inside the green balloon, the Master Gaunt's claim saw by the stage when the incident occurred. It's the second birdcage crooks of the old instantaneous kinesis deception, you mean to say? We assume the balloon there is a model of the one used on the day. There's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something up Sando was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach, hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the outlet by insailing it with a shoe, however, his efforts were thwarted when his shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was somewhere we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Rope. Reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? I managed to bring Jackson back to the rope, alright, I have to admit, that was clever. Just throw the rope up to the balloon and pull it down on the rest of the ground, which is much easier said than done, I feel. Took us a very long time as well. True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one of course, don't we?
Take that!
Reached the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? It's seen in fact, and all likely it belongs to Mr. Drebber. Man only brought it away from that day. He could have avoided losing a shoe at a much critical time like this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? The professor? What the? A waxwork. Indeed it is. Waxwork's hidden inside the metal mask. Mask shut tight and fastened with a strong impenetrable lock. Can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment, this is the head of a waxwork model. That mean oh goodness. So you've joined the dots, Miss Sato. Excellent, of course. Hairless Waxwork's model. In the case of Dr. Menov Dispel's model you largely saw, it was only the head of the killer was still missing. Indeed it was, but I believe Menov Dispel's will now have to settle a sizable count with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes, but why is it here? Conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for seeing Professor Mana's espoused return at Sostat. Earlier today is another Enoch Drebber. Incredible. Professor Harebrain's case in the Waxwork abduction. Incredibly intricately linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. With my logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect, you mean Mr. Drebber? It seems quite impossible to escape via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. What? His location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we made together during this deduction, after I was right here, somewhere in this room. Naruto, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Drebber's hiding place must be the... Question is, how do you get out? Look at all that mess in front of the safe, yes. Plans and account and ledgers. Almost as somebody was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact.
Take that!
He's dead, sir. Dwell. Gain access to the back room and heard noises from in here. Doubts the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. It's in fact searching for the combination to a safe. Maybe it's one of those, First time made no attempt to write the furniture over during the process, which we deduce that a search for the combination happened very recently indeed. Sorry, Mr. Enoch Drebber. He's in this very moment inside the safe. He's dead, sir. Beep. This concludes Herlock Sholmes' great direction of his topsy-turvy puzzle. Besides, he's safe. Is this the last part of the investigation? So Naruto, I think perhaps time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. Combination was 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 8, 2. I knew that. Alright then, here goes. You found me. Bomb and bomb! Right then, sir. Mr. Max Drebber, I presume. Correct. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Harebrain with that bogus machine you built. You shall have to explain the theft of waxwork from Madame Tussauds as well. Of course, I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate parcel? Refer to, of course, the time bomb. Left in a most prominent position. Oh, I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then. No! Game over. Sholmes, why only 7 seconds to spare? It's too close to coming. I only got one foot in the grave already. Try to help us get a killer and get us killed. Sholmes' actions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. Someone's anti-gravity device is quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Well, I'm gonna push Mr. Sholmes. The villain. What happened here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further.
Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving a thorough going over, don't you worry, Drebber. That was a click with me, is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Just like, that wouldn't have been me. For some reason, working fine fellow today. Where's just tightly squeezed chips? They must have a screw loose so as I can remember the combination for the safe, and another one loose so they can remember which piece of furniture had written it down. Just found the rope by the wall. Yes, hope to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short, so then I set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. Burning the incriminating blueprints. Don't forget, regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. That you hid yourself inside the safe, and when you first said this parcel ticket. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Boom, bomb. Got a death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why don't you suppose I chose to hide it inside the safe? No ordinary safe, specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. In fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. Once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. Now you look more closely. See his figure with a handle on the inside allowed the door to be unlocked from within. Of course, I didn't intend to blow this place smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting anybody guest to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say plan to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Calculate the time required for a retreat to a safe distance, set device accordingly. Your seemingly endless discourse here threw a spanner in the works. Something wrong, Gregson. I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. I think we have a fairly good idea what's been going on here now, but what about the two incidents you've been evidently involved in recently? Yes, Arabane's instantaneous kinesis experiment, the Great Expedition, and the waxwork mono you stole, which head belongs to. No ordinary head, you know, that's the head of the professor. Quite a massive no of lock so strong I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. Can't find anything out of place. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Yes, Sir Naruto, please, I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden, you'd be utterly helpless. Oh yes, that's true. Honestly, not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Right, sorry. You consider carrying it around as protection. After all, it's enough. Wow. What's wrong here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Oh yes, well, safe again. So the forensic investigation team are here. You know full well the engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer to access to him? What strong aren't you of this? You'd be finished. Who
leave at once. My dear ma'am, no need such threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe. It's just pretend machine next door. It's causing you such a sad expression on face. You are quite misguided. Really nothing more than a shell. Get out. Of course we'll show ourselves out the door. I see you haven't softened up at all. Mr. Naruto, it would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes, it's around us to leave the place in the doctor's capable hands. So get out now, all of you! Prison sucks. Presence here is not required either, Gregson. Poor Greggy. What about Toby? Understood. Maybe Toby can be allowed to stay here. Say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we would never have found this place. The whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There's a time bomb set in here. Had this lot disarmed. Inspector. So I'll give you a check, was it? Driver. You're quite right, of course. You disarmed the time bomb, didn't you? You said that was a bomb. Yes, you did disarm that one. What are you? That one? I mean... Bomb! No, police detectives are dead, sir. Thompson and Thompson. Just an hour later, we heard the news. This explosion that ripped through experimental stage of great exhibition. Professor Harebrain's inventions and secrets were blown away forever. So I like dozed off there. To be continued. Finn. Cause it's Scotland Yard, alright. The top police in the world, sir. 911 AM. The Old Bailey defendant's chamber. 911. Morning, Mr. Naruto. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? Hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Naturally, two gentlemen stand shoulder to shoulder with his friends and bow at all times. Thank you, really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Our professor really need to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes. Try hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject. Mr. Sholmes, what's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To cast in my direction, so I don't follow. Once I spell it out, I, the great Herlock Sholmes, grace to worldwide acclamation, knows it's some godly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, America, you must agree. Well, if I must agree then. Well, as you know, my sleep is quite impregnated while such an employer full gamut of tactics, pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, kicked me from bed. And she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face. Alas, I was disturbed. Jesus. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have to go that far, she's too nice. So in the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I am the one with worthy praise here, not Iris is my victory. Sort of cut in. Inspector Gregson, good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why a grim expression at this delightfully early hour. We lost 2 constables, Scotland Yard men, good men. Sure, they stood there like morons. I don't know, because I've confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear Mary, you're gonna take that insult lying down, Professor. What? I don't know. What, Professor? Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report that the mass murders. Killed 5 members of the aristocracy. I'll go to a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done over once. Quickly executed you of the trial, it's all in here. Killer's autopsy. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Redacted. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight. June 17th. Damn Courtney Stevens DeWow. Oh, fucking hell. It's, yeah, Courtney's side of Courtney Stevens. That would explain why they put the coroner's name on it. Much obliged, Gregson. I slowly lot of the yard and just do what we can in the shadow of the great detective shows, of course. Professor Harebrain, this is it. Today we're gonna lay this to rest at last. Wish you best luck, Professor. Suppose you'll be in there today, will you? Trevor, yes, I expect the prosecutor to summon him as a witness. Still managed to find him just for one day. Really owe you both so much. Well, it's all in defendant trials about to resume. Can't make her move towards the courtroom at once. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing along. I've felt this before, actually. It's strange foreboding, as if something's going to happen in this trauma that I'm not ready for. Sniper! Can't let it distract me, the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Get down, sniper! And you guys are like, huh? What duck? Where's the duck? I love ducks. Poor chat, they just didn't know. And for October 9th in Old Bailey courtroom. Her Majesty the Queen hereby declare this court to be in session to resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Counsels for the prosecution defense ready to proceed. The assassin? Prosecution's ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Ziek says the apprentice will run his apprentice with memory loss. My Lord Von Zeeks. Yes, my lord. Appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. Prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Assassin? I therefore instruct my assistant to attend to make sure there's a smooth running of the trial. Smooth running of liquor refreshments by the look of it. He owes himself the way he moves. He couldn't be any worse. So a bit. Still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing to do at the moment. No, but oh, this is so very hard. The prosecution has done a fine job in responding to events the court made yesterday.
Minor stated successfully secured the engineer disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord, I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people of this court. Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord, I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. So, despite deception and deceit, I find it very wearing. Take a man's life and make every conjuring trick not against the magician's code, not to mention the law. I embark on a fake scientist to feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. But I have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence. And then said on one, that's it. It wasn't like this in my day. It wasn't like this at all. If all parties ready to proceed, may begin, Lord Von Zieks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday at the Grey Expedition grounds, the evidence of primary importance is in this case. High voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which I installed in experimental stage, deliberately destroyed an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? Explosion. It's an outrage. Heard its grave news yesterday. Scotland submitted a report to my office in the evening. But the machine was blasted to smithereens and directly reduced to ashes in the flames. Here's a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. Wow, what's down there? Shows little remains of the time machine, yes. Terrible business. Did it destroy the evidence, did he? That ain't after ever. Court will take this print as evidence, Counsel. Late yesterday afternoon, prosecution afforded to the machine my special dispensation scientific equipment act was repealed, however, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from the existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As time is now, with no evidence on which to draw a meaningful conclusion, how sensitive the kinesis machine remained forever in obscurity. A most unfortunate state of affairs. Nah, I just used normal creamers. One thing remains clear: victim's death was the result of actions of the accused. That we can be certain, for it was the accused himself who was operating the machine who ultimately caused loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Von Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. I never looked at the blueprints today. Oh no, fuck, the blueprints are on Sholmes' person. He accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges Mr. Aspen died as a result of accident caused by his machine's malfunction. Oh, Mr. Assman. He's a good guy. Unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Name's Counsel, if you please. Engineer Enoch Trevor and the victim himself, Odie Assman. So what exactly were those two men up to behind the defendant's back? Benson intends to expose that information that establishes the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsel. The position of prosecuting defense clearly stated. Lord Von Zieks, summon your first witness, please. Once, my lord. Prosecution calls the engineer Enoch Trevor to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court. Name Enoch Trevor. Occupation robot. Damn robots, hard to pin down, I would say. Damn droids. See that black monocle? Yes. Why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? I had exactly the same feeling myself. File indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model is a most extraordinary sounding business. It's no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. Lies. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at an exhibition some days ago. The accused super high voltage and sustained kinesis demonstration. Guess you could say that. I'm aware of it. Terrible accident, wasn't there? It's you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machinery used in the experiment, so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. And the court will be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. Damn robots. Amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis reality at last. What? Good gracious, you think you meant to say. The experiment was bona fide. Is that your belief? Yes, pretty much the same, I believe. Such a waste out of blue.
Objection!
I established the machine was nothing more than a proper elaborate
Objection!
Established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. Defense merely proposed a method and demonstrates feasibility, nothing more. Look, I say long enough for your witness, and I'll give you a formal testimony. Machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration of the Great Expedition. Understood. Yes, case 3, game 2. Maybe I should turn down the temperature. Kinesis machine. Not the young professor approximately 1 year ago. I'm assuming maybe we get to hear this guy's stupid theme more often. Because, yeah, how many times have we even heard his theme? Young professor approximately 1 year ago. Mr. Aspen's introduction provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine with precise specifications. It was no trick. Oh, she was a fraud. It would have required a body double. Tell me, where did the victim have a twin? All the specters saw the birdcage appear above their heads and crash headfirst in the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. Body double. It goes without saying, surely they give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. Basic conjuring principle. Deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original for fake at some point in the performance. Would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution's already confirmed Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this is well versed in conjuring artfulness. Such talents do not indicate that it is actually able to accomplish what he claims. And the construction of what by all accounts must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever you do mean. Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. You did, my lord, as a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to solicit government grant money to conjure know-how. Truly possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. Crucially, my scientific knowledge will be more than matches it at any academic in the field. Investigation of witness workshop attested at Claymore. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society to look for young talent science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. The opposite of sound that can always be forged in physical manifestation with sufficient skill. You may have sold the secret to some deceptive while sniveling talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or of course, deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Counsel defense cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
I used this machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, though through Mr. Aspen's introduction, yada yada, providing with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to its precise specification. There was no trick. No show was a fraud or required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All spectators saw the birdcage appear their heads and crash headfirst in the crystal tower. Terrible accident, I got any perhaps science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. Crash head first, you say? What are the many witness reports from those? Are at the time? Yes. You're not there at the exhibition grounds on the day. Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Another of your unique inventions found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of the machine I labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeted headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. The victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, you've been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant. Broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. You know which injury is the fatal one? Sadly, no. Forensic science not yet at a level where such things can be determined. Do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. Since he found the birdcage of his neck broken, obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. Terrible accident, perhaps science machine is flawed, yada yada.
Hold it!
Clearly you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjured magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. What your implication is, I have furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility we have to explore. Fortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come, so there's really nothing left to explore, is there? Here's that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. There's nothing left of the device either, not a single shred of evidence remaining out here. I must have planned all this from the outset. In any case, it's abundantly clear the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
Hold it!
Understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be invited to manifold problems, so I foolishly allowed my brain to digest ideas behind me. Could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. How is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Oh, no! Very good point. Stand for yourself, Mr. Naruto. Point is, experiment result and instantaneous kinesis take place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. Apparently very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another. Unable to establish it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science. I have no grounds which demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Aspen and a man are in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivete and unbending belief in his work. Won't let him get away with it. Seeing the professor is an old friend of Lord Von Zieg's. What on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber?
Hold it!
So you're already acquainted with Mr. Aspen himself. Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. No interest in his private affairs. He was an unscrupulous investor. It was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Aspen approach in particular then? Who can say? I presume my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is all I do is construct a machine according to blueprints I was given. In other words, Knies' machine was built. Solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrained certainly has a mind like no other.
Hold it!
Of course, that's it. Hasbin has a twin.
Objection!
Yeah, pressed him on. I probably learned Fred wasn't listening earlier. So Asmund had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before. The thread of hope hadn't quite left me. That strange could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficient like the victim. Dr. Seif absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond question the victim himself, Mr. Asmund, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. Fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. Can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Asmund then. What are you thinking, Naruto? Oh no, nothing. The idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Pew pew.
Objection!
I'm trying to figure this one. I have to go through all of them.
I'm ready to roll.
Once he turns strong back 40 months. He's very sure of himself. What do you think? Yeah, no, okay. Oh,
Objection!
Sam, the birdcage crashed in the Crystal Tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, fell some 30 feet in the glass of the Crystal Tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree, the damage itself is entirely understandable. Does it make sense? Here's the location of that damage. All the breakage is in the wood, at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? It's the opposite where they should be. That's right, my lord. Birdcage was at the scene damaged at its base, so we have reports of birdcage falling headlong in the Crystal Tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile those two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, at some point switched. Switched during what was on decided to spare an all-elaborate piece of stage trickery. Dog. Your robotic body. Gracious, explain yourself, witness. Well? If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. Multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion. Altitude is 60 feet above ground level. Approximately 18 meters, that proceeded to fall some 30 feet into Crystal Tower and ensuing deflagration. Witness report amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. Victim's neck is broken.
Objection!
Plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. Outbreak fail. Would be unsurprising if I had one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Damn robots. I told you can't trust androids. Riveted scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there, though, to be even more rigorous. You would have to say it was only one vertebrae, actually. Well, we can listen to his music. Alright, be right back. Let me get another drink of water. Okay. There we go. You get to hear his music for a little bit longer. Damn robots. Maybe you guys trust robots. I don't. It's actually water, damn you, in order to keep me awake, damn robots. He's a good guy. You guys say every white person's evil in this game. They're good people. He's a good guy. Yeah, I haven't had time for demos lately. Just playing Pokemon Unite or Genshin. Okay. Is Rise PC as well? Yeah, I'll probably have to get the PC version. Fuck the PS4 version, what a joke. Should be more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra actually. It wasn't quite quiet for long. I see what's motivating Lord Von Zieg's to witness clearly Swindler. I wanted to see the personal friend of his. If you're gonna establish this deception, do it right, so I feel like that's the undertone here. Yes, there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. Obviously it wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? Seeing the cross-examination better continue to resolve this matter. Trevor, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, must treat the matter scientifically after all. Nearly had him there. Damn robots! Get the gun! Kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. We go back to the balloon.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Oh, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses saw Mr. Aspen on the experimental stage, that's true. Oh, services. The victim's neck broke as well, fallen impact, fallen to fall logically, therefore. It must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon exploded was an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower is 30 feet up. Difference of 30 feet is therefore under the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location where the cage could have fallen that distance that didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, victim himself must have been beamed from the stage to the sky above the Crystal Tower. Trenchant scientific analysis, dear me. Every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Yes, all very well thought out. Saying all the specters on the day saw the birdcage plummeted 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. Terrible accident, I grant you.
Objection!
This is a waste too. Fuck, it wasn't this then. Today was the base nowhere else 30 feet high the birds could just could have fallen from. Apparently the balloon doesn't count. I don't think we're supposed to present this yet. I think it's later in the case. Is it this one?
Objection!
Fuck yeah, I don't know why the other picture doesn't count. Like, this is a drawing of the scene, but the other one's literally a photograph of where it came from. Yeah, I don't understand why the other evidence wasn't allowed. So dumb. Diagram and experiment at stage in its surroundings. Yeah, it doesn't make sense because this is a drawing. This one shouldn't even count compared to a photo. Somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling on the Crystal Tower. Fall about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there's one other possible location the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet.
No. Here's defense as a possible explanation put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord, of course. Indicate the place which we're referring to in the same diagram. Wait, the alternative location is barricade should have fallen. Exit 30 feet. Wait, what are we looking for now? Fuck, now I'm not paying attention. Fuck. Oh no. About here.
Take that!
Okay, place I'm referring to is here. That's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. That's exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage is the machine on the stage, but what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. Turns out the experimental stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, see, it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon above the crash site. Experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there'd be a void underneath, this birdcage, and once seen by the audience, would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord. All points to fact there's not one birdcage but two.
Objection!
My learned friend. No evidence stage had such a contrivance in its design. Some response for the criminal deception of Kinesis itself, it's true, however. The stage still stands. Take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion, destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense cause for the space below the stage be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber. It's you who built the Kinesis machine, which means that was you who built the two bird cages we used to carry out the deception. Whether Professor Airbane's hypothesis sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Aspen's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Objection!
What teamwork? My learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions. Prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely. Argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. 2. Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the Kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition attested to that. I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch through every public experiment. Oh, please. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. I already explained why I wouldn't have needed to. Nonsense with the crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. A man disappeared from the stage and a man who crashed into the tower, one and the same. Forensic investigation team's reports unequivocal on that point. The second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. Motive. Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Von Zeeks? Contracts which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%, certainly not very favorable contractual conditions. There's one very important provision voted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. See, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmund's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Did I say more? Witness said neither opportunity nor reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, possibly Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Well, is this summation examination time? So your defense assertion was somewhat wide as the mark. Lord Von Zieks to submit the contract as evidence, please. It's true. Odie Asmund here manages to counter provider and a driver to fund labor materials for the construction super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Trevor has received 30% of all remuneration from government grants other income. I only uphold this right on condition that both contracted parties are alive. Trevor had no opportunity to switch the birdcage interstate with one in Crystal Tower. Couldn't have done it. In any case, I have no idea what his motive might be then. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution's unable to deny that. So sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruto, and I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion. Undeniable truths too. It would seem. Defense has no rejoinder to offer. Good. I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built. Instead, my reputation is defiled. Prosecution's counter set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
Wow. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage, yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. Stage demonstration was constructed and set up entirely by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. Circumstance mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself. Points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice. Accomplice now? Well, then I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Dun dun. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. These accusations turn out to be false, and make no mistake. Prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party involved in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, it's more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, even if he really is a culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. What's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice or not? Vance is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the 2 birdcages must have been switched. Everything points to that. According to the coroner's report, it's not a possibility. Oh, but there's some strong look like 50 months. Inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel, my lord. Received a stark warning already if you are nevertheless determined. Must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? The White Hair Gang. What was her last name before, anyway?
Take that!
Name of the person in question is... It's wrong. Oops, my new police friend. Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course, I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity definitely gonna make waves. A lot of waves. Could very well turn every single person in the courtroom against me. Stevens. She'll be alright, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Miss Sato. Enemy always appears larger than life. You will appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel, now. Person in clue with Mr. Dreb in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner. Dr. Courtney Syfe. What in the blaze are you talking about, Dr. Syfe? Order! Say order! As a head of forensic investigation team in the coroner who conduct autopsy on the victim. Order! Come on, say it. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? Accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators. The area was immediately sealed off. Everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. Then when else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. It's essential the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. Defense demands Dr. Syfe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. We've got a nerve, lad. No, God! So no! Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. Recklessness of the accusation aside, there's not a grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. Grave problem. Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Oh, certainly if the birdcage contained the body of the victim was exchanged for another, the cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing person or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double, Mr. Asman. That's true. Argument was there 2 bird cages, must have been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns. I present evidence that reveals the true nature of Asman's body double. With gracious evidence, I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. You think you have relevant evidence? Present it now. Body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witness would only have seen them from 6 feet away. As it appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators. Body double inside the second birdcage was... Is that what I want? I don't know if it wants me to put the, put this, I guess.
Take that!
Now the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, he in something else, what's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky crash in the Crystal Tower. Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events, body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruto. You're ready for this. Steel yourself. Come out with it. Yay.
Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. I was saying the body dome inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Why is he here? Wait, what the fuck? Yamatsu!
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. It's time to show your Japanese spirit. Court will observe. This is a waxwork model. Yeah, why is it even here? And if I was a witness, I would have been worried the moment I saw that dragged in here. In fact, model, in fact, of the infamous London murder from 10 years ago, the professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. Now you moved on and done waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? Why this waxwork? It's nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him unless what possible justification can you give? You want to know why? Ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrained for a public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from an empty spouse. You say abducted? 2 days after the incident of Great Expedition, he returned it to the museum. And the timing. So it's true, Mr. Drebber. At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and given it back again, but now, the reason is clear. He took it so he would put it back inside the second birdcage of the body double for Mr. Hansman.
Objection!
You hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Hearing the defense's astonishing proposal. That the witness fabricated this vast machine in the intention to deceive some wretched scientist and did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, used a waxwork model no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait. Yes, you put it like that. Of course it sounded plausible. Chewbacca comes from Endor. Damn you people! My lord, I need to speak of you, please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Back in Chewbacca, man, no! Very good in that case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, will state your liens for the court to hear now.
Guilty!
Back to you guys. Back to you
Guilty.
guys. This is bullshit.
Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
We'll see where this goes, but this case seems sort of weird because this case was like made and then they're like, shit, we have to put the jury inside it somehow. Indicated by the foreman, jury reached consensus. Knew that was gonna happen. Yeah, the jury has barely like said anything this game or this case. Get through this narrative, we always do. Cover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. I agree. I have to peel all the jurors as usual, see if I can persuade them to change their minds. Let's now embark on summation examination. You and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well, in that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear. Grounds on which you have decided the defendant is guilty of the crime he is charged. Oh, that woman for years, never being a accomplice to anything. It's all that nonsense think those two would ever be conniving one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. Surely Waxwork Man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? At my own province, members of the police, I do not trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof this Waxwork ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. There we go. We have evidence. Accusing someone found right evidence, just not a proper job, is it? I won't have it.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this Western model of proceedings has polarized opinion. Given its face obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim. I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting Mr. Asmon's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening. Yes, I know it seems extraordinary. That's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. Maybe the thing Mr. Naruto can't explain why at the moment. I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really, a reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. If that's the case, let's prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. Find a way out of this. You're ready, Count. You may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. She was about that, right? Reaper attacked, yada yada. Oh, you can do this. Kingpin's criminal underwear generally managed an escape conviction of Reaper's trials. And the first time a henchman tried to attack Lord Von Zeeks as a result. Just Altamont guess. I swear I never zoomed in last time. French court, here's glass. Oh, it's for that. Let me see. French court, here's glass eye case. Huh. Fury ball gown, sets dance hall blaze, yada yada. And the good old Altamont gas. You can always trust Altamont gas. We're looking at the eye thing in the middle. I'm pretty sure that'll be something talked about. Alright, first time the henchman tried to attack Lord Von Zeeks' result makes you think. That's how the justice system works in London. And there must be dark forces at work. $10 pages, 1 penny. I've known a woman for years. She'd never be accomplice to anything. I did not think those two would ever connive with John Lennon. Yes, most troubling. A waxwork man has nothing to do with the coroner, right? Problems with members of police, they do not trust them much. Say rigorous proof the waxwork is ever inside the birdcage is conjecture. It's alright, evidence to do the proper job. Well, it seems a little far-fetched to think the waxwork model professor is in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot. There really is a reason why the particular waxwork had to be used as Asmon's body double. To everything that can make jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure it's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too. Okay, I should see what additional information Glean was trying to change jurors' minds. Read a book while eating rice cracker, Mr. Naruto. I'm sure you can do this. I'm gonna have to press them all.
Hold it!
Yeah, what other things seem to have changed around here for some reason? I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when he needs must. What's wrong with that? Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40 odd years. That's even more than I thought. Only I had Metropolitan Police Service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime. We had to fight to win the public's trust as well, and when we did, forensic science was in infancy too, even more than it is now. She spearheaded the revolution. Better safe, you mean? That's right, about 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. Look at her, head of the forensic investigation team. Woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. That's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you. Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air? All up to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim, we're full of vim. That's coming across loud and clear.
Hold it!
We're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? Man behind those murders on Silver Pond Street was caught 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Seif in charge of examining the bodies, and it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right. Oh, that woman is the forefront of this country's fight against crime. To hear that she's somehow involved in this murky business, a load of old tosh. Thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Booba.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Oops. Well, quite simply because the incensed swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True as it stands, we don't know any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic to somehow have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic. I wonder if society such as myself views everything in terms of relationship, you know? Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. Some might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. That's a woman's stance, and perhaps demonstrating some connection between Laxter and Dr. Seif would be enough. Her delusions are starting with my 35 months. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of connection, she'll be the first to know. And Dan's are starting with my 2 months. My own problems, members of police don't trust me.
Hold it!
Sort of problems. Let's just say we ran into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself can appear on stage as we're in close proximity to our audience. Perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. Please use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Excuse me!
You have something to say in response to that, Mr. Animal. What are you calling me a mass? Or are you calling me a mass murderer? My mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like me. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what the juror number 3 just said. Don't spin that, damn you. Clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, was it like this? What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone in the public trust we did, and by Jove, we earned it. You respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. The coroner's report was just a hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best in the apple of the force's eye. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Oh, sorry, I got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Seif's maiden name. Maiden name, so that was before she was married. Of course, yes, silly me. Seif now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Well, my point is, those are the great days of police, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. Did I see it before? I think you could change your statement to include that name. Oh yes, I don't see why not.
Hold it!
She was a legendary, was she? What did you say? That woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team. Legendary was her description, sir, not mine. Rubbish, the word never passed my lips. Never describe anybody that way ever, not even if they're still in the game. I think the point you're trying to make is Dr. Seif extremely tight in the corner. Would that be fair? Would, if it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag legendary woman's reputation through the mud. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Legendary?
on instantaneous kinesin was a trick. That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry. I grant you, given that his cage appeared to have missed an explosion, there'd be no need to use a real person. Waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have the decency to make it look like the victim. Not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. Point is, if you're gonna make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you could give us some evidence about that. It's just not science. Suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow Royal Society. That means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that Professor Waxwork was inside the birdcage. Right. Oh, there we go, yes. Actually, I have something. Yeah, we're not pitting against them all. I must warn you, I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. Given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting a sense of interpretation here. So you don't trust anyone in black. Looking in the mirror must be very trying. Evidence that proves Waxwork was inside the birdcage, namely a random piece of glass that I pocketed for some reason.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? It's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, a piece of broken glass found inside the jacket of the Waxwork that we pocketed, and yeah, you know. As you say, it's not ordinary glass. It's very thick, clearly made for extra strength, much like special glass developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
Crystal Tower? Holy smoke!
Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Expedition where the very incident we're talking about took place. Day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through the window of that special glass.
But once this small piece originated, is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now, there's clear evidence in support of assertion made before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule, however. When reason is sound, fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you show me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you amend your statement now, please.
That's a piece of glass leaves me little doubt the Wax was indeed inside that bird cage.
Objection!
This is a weird one. Clearly contradictory, good gracious. Whose statements refer, counsel? Put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. She's poor, Pepe. Oh, you mean me? Point out it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence, but the accusation the Waxwork model was inside the second bird cage on the day of question is not without support and evidence. As defense demonstrated, the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. She's poor, Pepe Hens. Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
This assertion of yours about the Waxwork's been backed up by solid evidence. It would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Hobbers will never be an emote. Me too, then. Sorry. This brainy gentleman says he's right, then you must be. See, wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb. Anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Success. You can call it that. Oh, no evidence. Oops. Cobbers is real. Is it just corn on a cob? Oh, it's fucking a corn that's poggers. So stupid. But cobbers, sir?
Hold it!
Please use any excuse to make your lives difficult. Sometimes even cook up a story to extort monies from the poor. That's definitely not right.
Yes, and is why I say if you trust the police, you will have trouble. Here you are, claiming this waxwork model stolen and starting to lose your spectacle. Do you so wide? I think I'll take my chance to believe the authorities on this occasion. That's not a public large view Scotland Yard, is it? Well, police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home. Yes, like a Scotland Yard stick. Now, a policeman would feel listening to the way jurors speaks with the force. Should have a word or two to say in response.
Objection!
Two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, your statement is for counsel. Juror number 2. Oh gosh, me, what can I do for you? So let me hear what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Seif, which in turn reveals a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections relationship irresistible. Oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Seif's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. Defense has evidence to prove it. Oh goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord, I would ask the court to look at this. Evidence clearly links Dr. Seif to the mass murderer known as the Professor.
Take that!
Here's an autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report. What relevance does it have? It's of course from the autopsy of a person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. Professors, but the man was capital offender, so... That's right, this is certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public. This report gives few details, but what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens. Strike a light. Appears the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Seif 10 years ago. A few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tussauds, a waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Aspen, at all. You suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind the Professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover between Courtney Seif and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. That is almost extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Quite right, we can't let this trial come to an end now, not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best corner. Wasn't like this in my day, we'll still be up to order justice in the end. Any counsel that will do as a result of the summation examination, jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. The trial must continue. We did it. Oh, well done, Mr. Nardo. Another wonderful victory. Waxwork of the despicable professor used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say it's extremely hard to believe an assertion could possibly be true, however. I feel that it does at least warrant further investigation. So actually, the professor looks Mr. Drebber the Dr. Seif, convinced that there is a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad, I really don't. The truth, sir, we're using evidence and testimony. Huh. The court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case. The prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. Finally, what? Which? The owner? Madame Tussauds. I really thought Lord Von Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, could court make arrangements for now and Madame Tussauds appear in a witness of immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Yes. You should know. You're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. It's forbidden, the council! Wow. The real killer. Court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare for taking the stand. Madame Tuspers, yes, I shall see to it at once, my lord. Finn. It says to be continued, sir. Ah, it says Finn. October 11:53 a.m. Howard Bailey, defendant, sent to chamber. And how old is that other chick then? Let's see. Right Eric himself. I've even watched from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes. I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask, what on earth's going on? It makes no sense. What's a professor business about? Doesn't look like any professor I've met before. Well, who the heck is he, of course? We were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, professor. Discovered he was the one who had been abducted. A sense of foreboding stirred within me. You're doing the monster to come knocking at your door. My heartfelt sympathies. Ho 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 ho. Turns out, Lord Von Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. Now waxwork of the killer took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. Imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. Extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. Make it sound deliberate. I have a feeling this professor case is really very puzzling. Yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Seif, and Lord Von Zieks. Seems that everyone in the trial is a link to the case somehow. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Well, that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection any other. Excuse me. Wow. That snake in her fucking wrist. Snake! Dr. Seif. Hi, Dr. Courtney Seif, Naya Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What particular prey? Requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why do you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. I think it's been 10 years. 10 years in a laboratory wood in my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. The policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Seif, and accuse you of being complicit in what happened. Hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. Certainly won't be possible. Lord Von Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart is forbidden. It is forbidden! Strongheart. Pandora's box you were warned about. This is the professor case. Please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information out of it from me. Attempting to hide from the truth. That's cowardice. Always fought crime in a way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. That's all I came here to say. So good day to you. She mentioned to this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? Really no cause for concern, I assure you. When Chara zooms, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you like it or not. Huh. I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. Edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Yes, one word of warning before I go. Of course, at a trial this afternoon, you can perceive in a shadow about the truth. Don't let it out of your sight. Pursue like a dog with a bone. Better and you understand. Do not falter, whatever you may come to pass. I understand. Thank you. But I'll make myself scarce then. Purchase a bar of caramel earlier. I'll be not on that way, you know, at the truth. Look at that warning from this Shone's really mean, I wonder, especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. That's the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. But just, you fool! You would ruin everything! You would do us all. 24th of October, 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Here, Your Majesty, to hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution are ready and able to continue. Prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. Defense is also ready. The court is aware the case is under scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Expedition. We now find ourselves embroiled in details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. Seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So let us begin our exploration of defense assertion that the Waxwork is currently involved in this matter. Lord Von Zeeks, my lord. We still awaiting the arrival of Madame's two spells. Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness at once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame two spells to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. Trevor's response was, I'm sure he is. It means he must have had an accomplice, Dr. Seif. What connects the pair of them is the Waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. It's key to a link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. Tenuous link admittedly, but present will all we have to go on. State your name and occupation for the court, please. Here's Madame Esmeralda Tuspel's, a waxwork artisan. Proprietress of Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork. You have to pardon me for work, and as I testify, my new exhibit must open very soon. Finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? That is true. First, we believed it had been kidnapped. The waxwork model kidnapped? Yes, my lord, there was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I've just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute body of a murder victim. Present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is a victim of the case in question, Mr. Audi Asman. But of course, I know him well. He's part of my odious personages exhibit. Tests say that what is evident, Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps our face is very similar. Suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor. I have here the key, but it's strictly forbidden to open lock. But forbidden! This is absurd. But the council forbid it, pardon. I don't know what face you've carved in your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. Man's identity was never made public after all. Trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The dead man was summarily executed. His identity remains closely guarded national secret. There's no possible way a repository of tawdry exhibits could get hands on that information. Wow, or could they? Quel dommage. What a shame. It seemed that you were unaware of the two spells' principles. What principles? Family two spells already pride itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. I know a legend about the two spells waxers from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the two spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. That was a century ago now. But Marie Antoinette Pépéhen's queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. Let them eat cake, Pépéhen. She only wanted us to eat cake. She was a good ruler. The correct model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. She just wanted us to have birthday cake, and we murdered her for it. We do spells stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of her subjects. Dear me, so what disturbing tenacity of purpose. It's the only way to obtain truly lifelike representation of the subject. In my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that? With that mask. We, the true visage of the killer, sir? This is ludicrous. Out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tussauds special exhibit remains extremely popular even today, the killer emerging from his own grave. Sight to behold, you should come. Think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony in this matter. You'll explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. Special exhibit announced horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. Impression of the visitor taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Tussauds family principles. This is the aid of a gravedigger. And created a mold for its head. Oh. Mold for its head in this cemetery just before the internment. I myself until gave me the signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried I could be discovered. Gravedigger, the man sanctioned us. I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family celebrate for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, truly sought the face of the monster. Naturally, I was aware at the time his identity was a secret. Tussauds would not be Tussauds if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to her sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. Truly blood-curdled scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Damon! Damon! Special exhibit is based on the picture of the article. This most detailed account of what happened is reported by eyewitness who saw it. What the fuck? Asmin made the picture. Okay. I like how we were given a business card or the contract with their signatures. Just, I think the only reason for it is just to have the signature there. Yeah, oh, I see the great stink, yeah. Continue our article. It arises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. It's just Charles Darwin, nicknamed Copley Meadow, Mad Sheep Rampage, The Great Stink. Was the bottle masquerade to blame for the Great Blaze? The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when the next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, breath stilled once more. You finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. University student experienced the shocking event seeing off Trevor. Okay, so there's another person, yes, behind, okay. Public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I've reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from the exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident. Great expedition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Oh, most puzzling. God's order of the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Trevor to Dr. Seth. There has to be some reason for that, which hasn't been yet come to light. I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Saif and Trevor in on this crime together. Section House was based on a rumor shop society in London. Impression of the visit was taken directly from the corpse in accordance to Spell's family principles. As to the aid of the gravedigger, I created more than I had a cemetery just for interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. Dawn approached. I was very worried I could be discovered. That's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Arnaldo? For some reason, Dr. Saif went along with Miss Drebber's plan. That's really true. Then the professor is the only other thing we know that links the pair of them. I was sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. This must use this cross-examination covering wax accidents, otherwise jurors sure to revert their rulings and the trial will be over. I agree. Interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all this. It's more Lord Von Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I, after all. A profound connection to the professor as well.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? See, the proprietress of this repository of novelties has blinded my monetary greed. Nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. As a raison d'etre of the Tuspers Museum, but if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present would know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. You realize what you're saying. Professor's identity is a national secret. I understand, and now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, must perhaps close. Of course it will. As with your entire museum, you don't tread very carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. The exactement.
Hold it!
You're there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly as I removed the mask. Now if the cadaver fell open, I had problems with the chin. Dare I ask? Man had been dead for a short while already. You see, his muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, it would have been assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? To take the impression of a visage on the cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? And is that amount of time significant? Because of the rigor mortis. Its name given to phenomenon occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible, and from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The fact is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education. Slightly scary one. It was also says rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, starts at the jaw. I see, so that's why you wait. For that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. Like it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. What about that information the court just heard from Minimum to Spells? Information rigor mortis you just shared with us. Mine included in your formal testimony. I believe it'd be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. Can't help feeling that after this latest topic, atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. No time for jokes, Miss Sato. Madam Cully, amend your testimony as discussed. Bien sûr. Very long task is before the onset of rigor mortis.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said it starts with the job of 3 hours post-death. Is that right? You say jobs. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. So I was looking at some of the files, okay. Anyway, as a waxwork guard isn't really so well versed in the subject. No knowledge is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it. But I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. Can I ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like? I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. No dear. Do my very best.
Objection!
I'm ready to roll.
Sets 42 so strong with my 41 months Madam to Spells. Here an autopsy report was filed 10 years ago now. Confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend, not my learned Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Two Spells screened a wax depression just before dawn. At that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Correct so far, madam. You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaws, the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. Man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. On the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sife's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No. Professor indeed died around midnight that day, then by the time you were scalped in his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Oui, yes, you are right. The chin would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion: the execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Possible. Order! Countess, beyond folly. How do you indict you off to report Dr. Sife, but you're significant members of staff at Barsley Prison where the execution took place? By heck! Extraordinary! Not in my day! Wait a minute, I was working on the force, oh no! My learned friends appears to overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did? Of course he did. I moved a man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no...
Objection!
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die. Are you insane? What exactly you're suggesting did happen in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link. Oh, what the fuck? Between Dr. Seif, the professor, and that one other person of interest. Evidence that would explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel, present evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened to the professor's execution.
Take that!
Poor guy, Pepe Hens, he was gonna live. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Pepe Hens, he was gonna live. Pepe Hens, executed criminal, returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. Bang. They're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now. Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. Professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
But you're fool, simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? I'm serious. The point is that the article was sometime. Oh, you prefer? Honestly, I probably prefer post because there's so many like non-Kaga games. Yeah, so I haven't even played enough Kaga games, sadly. The point is, the article says there's a witness to what happened. The word, yes, indeed. And we, the young man who stole the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course, there's a witness story doesn't write itself that the man made it all up. In any case, that was 10 years ago now. Surely you'd know hope of finding him. Contrary, my lord, we know this witness well. It serves a calf. You suggest in counsel that you've identified the person in question? You know who claims to have seen these other incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say he's right here before my very eyes. Wait, the reason why I'm confused about this is, shouldn't everyone here know? Substantiate your latest claim now, then. Who's the alleged witness in the staggering scene of the cemetery 10 years ago? I guess they didn't get a chance to read it.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Previous witness. Special exhibit announced of horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork. He recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. So Drebber was gonna help his friend get out of the grave, and then he got shot by someone behind. Damn criminal emerged from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbled upon the terrifying sight. And that young man, 10 years younger, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Let me look at something real fast. Is the game still going on, or did it just finish? Oh, I see. Okay. Just send it, I see. Yeah, viewership's rough for it. Like, even if you add up every stream, it still is like, it's only like is it 240, 270? Surely not counsel. Drebber was there. Locate cemetery. Let's all just talk about Mr. Drebber. Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No, but that would mean... Two spells. Here you know the name Enoch Drebber. Yes, I know it. From long ago in the past. What? My good gracious. Explain yourself, tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. Story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago. Published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. So I'm like, I thought there was like a... Where's the AC? Okay. However, In all the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. Daily Circus, paper from which comes the article I've already shown the court. They're saying his full name was only publicized in that article. But yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable. Read the article, I went to meet with the man. Discovery of the condemned criminal come back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night. A perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not. Caesar wanted to meet Mr. Drebber and order a sculpted waxwork of the man, did you? Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. Paid him £5 a model for the waxwork, and since that time, has been in my museum to recreate the scene of the terror from the cemetery. So, 10 years ago, the young man appeared to the public extraordinary of any witness, a criminal who had been put to death. He emerged from his grave in the middle of the night, but the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote, soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork of the executed criminal, ostensibly used as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. You know, the waxwork's built as a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. The question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago when the birdcage crashed through the Crystal Tower. The birdcage in fact contained not the body of Asmund, but the same waxwork. Coroner and Scotland Yard investigator Dr. Seif would have noticed immediately. Yet she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court had seen earlier. Oh, I guess because it was a national secret, she had to not fucking reveal the body. Yeah, or the wax model, and that's why he used it. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying? Dr. Seif put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. That misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as a body double. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Seif to the stand. The defense is determined. I know exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected, but the Pandora's box, you fool! The counsel! Coroner missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office. Dr. Seif is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? Told us herself, didn't she? You fool. Lord Von Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness, or it's strong as it's forbidden it. What's strong? Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor case. Please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information out of it of me. Something happened the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. Surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Von Zieks. Prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. What? You fool! You fool! Lord Von Zieks, the missive issued from Lord Chief Justice Office. Signed as prosecutor has final say in policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Why hasn't this guy been kicked off the case? Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Seif both take the stand together. Order, very well. Uphold your request. Bailiff sent a subpoena of immediate effect addressed to Dr. Seif for forensic investigation. The woman is compelled to attend Her Majesty's orders. Alright, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Seif. they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. All three of them, screw it. Thank you for your attendance such short notice, Dr. Seife. Disappointed in you, Lord Von Zeeks. Completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and Prosecutor's Office. Betrayal is not in my nature as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles. Pursue the matter to the bitter end. This fact I wasn't paying attention to the rest of this. Okay. Has any prosecutor worth his salt? Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. Dr. Seife is the investigating coroner. You're first on the scene to examine the victim's body. I believe the defense you corroborated with each other and we're both complicit in this crime. Where's your evidence, villain? Presently no definite evidence, but you have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. One of the killer known as the professor was sentenced to death 10 years ago. No need to tell me, I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes. To see the face, what's behind the mask? Officially pronounced him dead. Remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, killer came back to life. Just don't waste my time. Sole witness to the mysterious event. I don't understand why they keep saying sole witness. It was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? Even in the newspaper article, it says someone shot him from behind. You saw in the graveyard last night. 10 years, it wasn't some chilling fiction reality. Make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Seife's. Secret so profound it compelled the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme in fact. So Drebber tell the court maybe it was a ghost of a gun and it was flown behind him. Boom. Remember those guns you throw out? We're back. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. We'll probably get to a motive because Asman did the picture there. Oops. See the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tussauds, I mean. The rabble. Sure, he's not gonna claim he's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. The rabble. Anyone else have an opinion? Damn rabble. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, here we are 10 years later and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night for what it's worth. Wow. Sniper, shoot him! Where's the sniper? But sir... Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. We're so off topic at this point. Tell us the court. Can we just get my guy exonerated and we fucking just do this one? Tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Millgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. Damn cyborgs. Cemetery 10 years earlier. In the first game of Phoenix Wright, they even though it's they separate the cases, so they solve the first one, then they go to the elevator case. But yeah, in this game, we're fucking going to the other case while the other case is still going on. Like, my client is like has nothing to do with almost anything anymore. The reason I was in Millgate Cemetery all 10 years ago was a spot of moonlighting, shall we say? Yeah, right. My ass. You had a shovel. Illustration in the newspaper article is based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. Oh, wow, that's why he hates Asmin. Oh. Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now. Okay, his reputation because he was digging up body parts or something. Okay, and Asmin identified him by name. Alright. So that's why I wanted to kill him. Of course, you have to have a screw loose if you believe a corpse could come back from the dead. The article said he was shot. Saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Yeah. Details of the article aren't true. Nullifies the argument why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sev would have been working together. Says discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness, you claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. You had a fucking shovel. What else are you doing in a graveyard? Can you elaborate? I was sightseeing, yes. Oh, you know what? In fact, I was filling someone's grave. The gravedigger forgot to fill in this grave, and I just had a shovel. That's right, grave robbing to be precise. There we go. As you know, Millgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barsley Prison, so among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by ghosts of the condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses sounds reasonably lucrative, of course. I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name.
I'm ready to
The
roll.
repurposers. Purpose 75, 77, work my 45 months. You're on the pill, you'd invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, now I think I suffered retribution enough. Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name, put in print. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I knew it. Yeah, that's why he hates Asmin. Caused me great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Why is this feeding me? Okay, or is he trying to like win? That was a reporter who exposed me. He sketched it right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. I don't know why both these guys are throwing. There should be like kind of seeing something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. That's why in the first Phoenix Wright game, in case 5, there's a guy that fuck. What clause does he use constantly to not incriminate himself? Yeah, he always does like he always uses that defense for most of the case, cause so he doesn't screw himself with Fifth Amendment. Okay, over and over. Yeah, he just does that so he can't incriminate himself. So that's why that case is good, because the bad guy, yeah, only removes it when he has to. Counsel for the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Once, my lord. Was it he was pleading something on purpose so he wouldn't go to the stand. But then at the I think the final day of the case, he finally like removes it because he realizes he has to. Cemetery 10 years earlier. Here's I was a Millgate Cemetery now 10 years ago for a spot of moonlight. That's the one. Illustration newspaper articles based on what I witnessed that night. Thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor at all, though. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model me from the wax.
I gave up on my dream to become a scientist, all because of that newspaper article.
Hold it!
This article being published in the Daily Circus. Somebody informed the dean that was my name appeared in the article. Carelessly let slip that night after night. I was digging up graves, hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was considerably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Oh dear, I had no idea. Having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. Combine your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic. Create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. Use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Sir Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't it? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. Honestly, yeah, more bad guys should use this, or I don't recall, or I forget, because that's what in real life sometimes, yeah, the perpetrator does stuff like that. They just pretend they forgot, or I don't remember. Were you in the scene of the crime? Yeah, I don't recall. No recollection. Those are very common ways to evade questions, and you can't. I don't think it's considered perjury, right? You can just claim you don't remember. What's Trevor up to? How would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? Whereas perhaps his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerge alive from his grave 10 years ago, or expose the secret dark side's past, you would desperately want to hide. Of course. Trevor and I are working together now. And if Trevor were the betrayer, there would be no reason for the continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see Professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally came. I mean, you could be lying that you're forgetting, but they can't prove that. You just say, I don't recall, even though clearly you do recall. Yes, Mr. Naruto, exactly. But you can't prove someone claims to forget, which is like a great defense. 4.
Hold it!
Strange happened at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. They didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very near arrested myself, so you went to the papers instead. I started big with the London News, and surprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, those reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story, and it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. Yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how he discovered my name. Wow, he's the guy who shot the person. To count him exactly what had happened that night. In a description, he drew this illustration. Precisely, that's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. As a reporter told me so, I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters won't snoop around in matters that don't concern them. Seeing portrayed in the illustration is accurate then. Bring back anorexia yourself, Professor Wall.
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barside Prison, so it's renowned among the students here. There is to be haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. As a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life when you said you actually saw. I say what I've seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise, unless, of course, You have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. Don't know, is there any material evidence that could show you really did see Professor? Yes. I need to get on Naruto, I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. Point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. I'll do this one.
Hold it!
I'm gonna ask where the camera came from. Everyone being Madame Tussauds, of course. Precisely, I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I've explained, I went by the name published in the article, and comme ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. This poor student with barely a penny of my name at the time. The young lady put £5 in front of me, so you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. Purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Yeah, there we go. Convenient. Did you? I can't say I remember, you motherfucker! Or what was it? It was the camera. His camera. Ah. I don't recall. I also made a point of taking it whenever I made an excursion to any cemetery. Take a camera view, sir, to what end? Record the details of the bodies I disinterred. I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. Still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. To spells away. Seeing then that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took from the Lowgate Cemetery in the night in question, yes, interesting. That's the statement I put on.
Objection!
Fence likes to throw. This agent's on a sound come out 32 months.
Hold it!
Oh, I thought it would change something.
Hold it!
By moonlight, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you don't need to look at the graveyard, seeing in my appearance to gauge the answer to that. Lantern and spade. I wonder if we'd want to buy a dead body. Any major hospital. In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. He's in a hospital where has enough specimens to work with. Obviously, they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. Yeah, they wanted cadavers for their students, yes. Aspiring scientists, we young research students, had no money to work with, I'm sure you can imagine. We made surreptitious arrangements with hospital via our medical student acquaintances. We never take anything of value from the graves, all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole in the graveyard at night, spade in hand. Alright boys, let's go. We realized body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you would expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Esther Harebrain said exactly the same, quite speechless at the apparent novelty which you revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you wanted to know why I was at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. Never expected to end the way it did. That I regret to this day.
Hold it!
Do this one.
Protection!
Is that really it? I don't understand. Mr. Drebber, I don't believe that. Believe what? Latest claim, you did see the professor on night 10 years ago. I'm assuming this was to lead to the camera. I'm pretty sure I couldn't present that before anyway, but... Dude, we seem to be at odds. I was there. You were not. I know what I didn't see. Yeah, this is probably a bizarre one. Yeah. Illustration with this article was drawn based on what you told the journalist what you witnessed. I mean, you could say he lied to the journalist or whatever. Figure emerging from a tomb wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. Decided to close court's ruling, the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Like the prison wardens were to see the man's face. Who is it? Who's behind that face? Obviously, the provision of masks was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, lowly student of University of London certainly would have known about the condemned man's mask. So, unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Yeah. Well, Mr. Drebber. Damn robots, I told you you can't trust androids. It's a vile scene, isn't it? You look closely. It's already been pains to point out I was utterly petrified, which is why I had in my head that I seen such a blood-curdling sight. Afterwards, I came to my senses, realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it. You're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness. Then your testimony explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, only too happy to oblige. Can't believe he's still not gonna see the point. I think I used, I think I used the guide, or I reloaded a lot in fact, maybe Younger Odd one was dumber. But in the early Ace Attorneys, there were some that were so stupid. I had to use a guide on the Apollo Justice one, right? The one with the, is it the sweat one? It's because you're zoomed in so hard, and it's a very specific, like, couple words that you have to be on the exact spot. And I was like, fuck this after like 20 minutes. I was like, I cannot fucking find it. I was like, fuck this shit, I'm not doing this. And in fact, when this is a fellow graveyard, I don't want to. No, like, some of them were easy, but I think there's the final one of the game is like so bullshit. Yeah, after 20 minutes, I was like, fuck this, I'm looking at a guide.
Hold it!
Fellow grave robber, what are you talking about? I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know, other body snatching. I can imagine in fucking 1900s cemeteries. Even though it's illegal, everyone's like, shit, there's no body in this one, fuck. Everyone running around. Motherfucker, someone already stole this one. Hey bro, dragging a body out. Everyone's like doing something illegal in the area. Just they run around each other. Of course I saw one emerge from the hole, you dog. My heart nearly stopped. Such a terrifying sight. I actually saw you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students wear a metal mask to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his unlimited. What did she say?
Protection!
There's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say. Next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breaths then stilled once more. I'd assume the sexton discovered miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. Great direct shots from the cemetery. I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Oh well. Only assuming his embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me.
Don't take it on, Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would be fair to say Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way. That was a little strange, that is all. There's a bullet hole in him. How Mr. Drebber could claim this now? You don't mind me saying, madam? What are you talking about? Is she gonna put a bullet hole in the, body? When I met you 10 years at university, you recounted me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? It's stupid. Pose. Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
I don't care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Damn right. Let's go lynch this dude. Please, madam, to spouse, carry on. Yeah, I'd be on the sim squad for her. Fuck yeah, let's go. Let's get that robot. I knew androids didn't respect women. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, did hear a gunshot behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details, about the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Lies! Enough, shut up, woman, you're making this all up, how dare you? That will do. Mr. Drebber. Yes. Must refute the account just given by Madame Tussauds. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it's best you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. There was no gunshot behind me at all, not any splattering blood, alright. Time to finish him. I assume it's game over for him now.
Objection!
Game over. Trevor, do you remember this camera? But this is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House Horrors. There are so many weird things about how evidence works in this. How can I prove? There's so many yoink. Yeah, we just steal stuff. Oh, it looks like it's relevant to the case. Fuck it, put it in the bag. And this isn't even from the crime scene. This is from something like completely different. This camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that there's just on the bellows? Looks like a dark red stain. It's ketchup, come on, tomato, I don't know. That's right, it's rather conspicuous marked on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Appear to be a spatter of blood. It's Someone that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Seif? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. You know, in fact, I don't recall. What about your medical profession? You know, I don't even recall if I'm a doctor. Yes, you know, now that you mention it, I forgot. Yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. In fact, I don't even know if I'm a doctor. Pros Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct. Now, the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound. And I. Furthermore, you really did witness a condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. He couldn't recall, he blocked it out. That was the only explanation. So you're trying to hide the fact you saw the professor that night. I kept saying the dog did it in VLR, or was it Zero Time Dilemma? It was funny how they even entertained the idea. The dog was a witness to every murder. Gab. The dog. And what was, is it Price? Fuck, I forgot the actor's name. Speedwagon guy. The fuck, he says the fucking dog did it? Then your character's like, it's Keith Silverstein? Okay, Silverstein. The fucking dog did it and then shoots you anyway. But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. Who's then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber's obviously lying in order to protect somebody. Surprised we don't have a command for the dog. Goodness, he's shielding someone. Yes, my lord, clearly. Someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life is to be exposed. Oh, so who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Take that!
Maybe a censor, it's Dr. Seif. Seif? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? Imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that would be an unprecedented scandal. Beyond a joke, need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life. Suggestion would mean execution never actually happened. Yes, it's exactly what it would mean. Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape down in Great Britain. Perhaps there's a witness to the man to just escape his hanging. If that were really true counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. It's exact because those monumental repercussions that Seif consent to any demand made by her son who's trying to expose a secret, even if it meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? Dr. Seif wasn't collaborating with Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched to dead body Mr. Assman with the waxwork monarch fabricated the autopsy report. Stupid leg thing. Or fun seeks. Pray forgive my freshly hollowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. Just the sort of tall-tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, conspiracy at the highest levels. Let me ask you one thing. What's that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger, Dwow, and disposed of him forever? Well, no idea at the moment. Too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. Oh, don't throw the bottle back! The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Here. Have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? Tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite. Hard to imagine any sum money being offered for research could warrant it. Rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. This was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Assman at all. Are you forgetting that his death results in me not receiving a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? Oh, there is a contract. That's very true. I like how we're all glossing over the other thing. Alright, let's finish him. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Finish him. Using threats, force head of forensic investigation into corrupted extreme. Especially a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. The research grant was the aim. Taking Asman's life would have made no sense anyway, which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Assman. Why, what was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? This point not prepared to listen more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright. Who exactly was from Assman to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet, and I'm gonna have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Assuming it's the 2 signatures, yes, my lord. Having established the motive explains why victim dead is right here.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago. Every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? Trivial should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Assman dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you present your supplementary evidence without delay. Evidence which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, established motive for the deed. Oh, Assman.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord, Mr. Drebber. This is the contract you signed with Mr. Assman. That's right, very document, in fact. Proves I had no reason to kill the man. Afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper and contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link. Shows very clearly why you're determined to kill Mr. Odie Assman. Seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. My learned friend, pointing out that these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Are you serious? What exactly is the link between this article and the contract? The great stink.
Take that!
What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature! Signature on the illustration accompanies the tenure article and the signature on the contract. Belong to the same person. His eyes, they bleed! His eyes! Court has heard this illustration was drawn 10 years ago. Newspaper reporter found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If
you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. You looked at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year. Clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now, good lord, yes. Identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago as the victim in this case, Mr. Odie Asman.
Objection!
Explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness? Are you serious? This is such a weak objection. Do you just want to get styled on here? Why? Seriously, just discussed that for the last 30 minutes. But why? I would consider motive witness harassment. Well, if you think back, remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. He just wants to get fucking dunked here. Grave robbing, you say? Exhuming fresh corpses sounds reasonably lucrative. It's quite beyond the pale to invite divine retribution, sir. Imagine the graveyard. There's just a dozen guys running back and forth, dragging bodies around. And the gravekeeper's like, eh, not my fucking job. It's like I suffered retribution now. Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name, put it in print. Caused me a great many headaches in the end. I had to leave the university. It's only no paper with bad grades to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student at the University of London and dreamt of becoming a scientist, however. This single newspaper article changed your entire life. Well, Sir Osmond used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Osmond managed to position himself at the heart of this criminal network thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. Oh, okay. Now you suddenly know about this. Okay. It's well known, actually. Okay, now everyone knows Assman is a journalist. So you had to give up your dream and leave the university, lost everything. Eventually found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. All because of that article written by Mr. Asman. Enough. Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just a straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. They struggled on with their hypotheses anyway, we all did, only to have them taken by vultures. I'm the victim! Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen, patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it's hardly a wrench. Being forced out of university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me. Sir Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? Have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Oh, that's the point of that shitty evidence. You think you have evidence? Go ahead, show it. What could possibly disprove the idea I was happily behind university because I lack talent? I like how he just stole it, yoink. Hey, is this gonna be useful at all? Eh, fuck it, put it in the bag so we can melt it down.
Take that!
You remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that rosage for exits and such? Yeah, we pocketed it. We're gonna melt it down after. What exactly is this trophy, Council? Greatest honor will be bestowed on young scientists, my lord. Like, what if we didn't present it? Would we, like, give it back? Or would we just conveniently, like, just yoink it? There's no higher accolade. It recognizes emergent talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious. Prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Aspen was, but when it dawned on you, he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life. It's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man.
You heartless
Inverted from stomach mark 78 months. Probably is going to fold. Huh. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced to go along with this man's plot to murder the victim. Torellos from Starlock Mac 8 months on the condition he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. I know. Good Lord. Dr. Seif, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, he's alive! Bang! I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage. My heart nearly stopped beating. A memory from a decade ago that had done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring at me in the face, and then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Good old Scotland Yard. You've done it again, sir. Dr. Seif, you'll go along with my plan. Someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. The instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. Really no other choice had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out. Even collaborated in a murder, but the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing at all. Final boss. I don't know what you're talking about. In fact, I don't even know if I'm even who I say I am. What? Have you forgotten the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way to prove I did anything wrong. Zero visitor 10 summer strong like 50 months. No. Order, order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Von Zeeks. Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. Heard more than enough now. Hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial was not the proper form which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. Defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true, it had slipped my mind. I suppose I'm gonna look like 2 months. Is anyone of your closest friends? Court has heard, but Dr. Seif has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense. Alright, not guilty. Thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. Right by. You mean? Present time, its conclusion of this court, the defendant not involved in any wrongdoing. Prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Congratulations, Mr. Naruto. We would impress our harebrain's innocence. Or did we? Without further ado then, the adjudication. Unless prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. I don't know, this doesn't feel quite right, Dwell. Why did Dr. Seif suddenly admit to it like that? What's behind the mask? What's behind the mask? It's a rinsing art, Mr. Naruto. Like you said before, the way the trial's set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict for not guilty. But is that really what we want? Well, I mean, as a defense attorney, yes. Defense should be pushing for further tests, you fool!
Objection!
Defense objects to the trial ending at this time. Imagine the O.J. Simpson trial, they're like, fuck it, trial on, but you just got your guy off. But we want to know who really did it. And that come out, I was like, oh shit, our guy did do it. No! No, don't do it anymore! Oh, never mind, trial over, bye. Oh fuck, O.J. really did do it. Whoops. Beg your pardon? We demand one final testimony. You fool! Do you realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client and assume we need to find out who killed them? Oh wow, it was OJ. Are you playing that now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. I don't know, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. One word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive in a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Should Mr. Sholmes knew, he must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in the court to advocate for my client in the spirit of an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. No! We have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. That's why the defense calls for further testimony for Dr. Seif. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with your Enix Drebber. Ha, in the case that escaped your attention, I've already admitted everything I did. Whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. Me. His lordship made very plain your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. Simply no point in protracting this business for another tedious cross-examination. Ah! My fucking pants! Pray forgive my careless end of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? There's your objection, Lord Von Zeeks. Prosecution. Sabine Turnstone will collect 88 months. Also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case and is yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. Your what? Von Zeeks. Most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Seif will testify for the court, explain the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well. I began at the scene when I saw the wax-stricken note tucked inside the jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in notes instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways that implicated the defendant, which was my job. This helped the entire forensic investigation to the dress scene appropriately. Are you shitting me? The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret at the highest level. I have to protect it. That's right. Stain machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You well see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. It is so kind of you to say. What about this autopsy report then? All I did was record location of body being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all. It's terrible corruption. Only my team were made aware of this data only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. Please. What's we think? We're small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe testimony's clarified everything. There is no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. Can't shake feeling something's wrong. I wanna know what's in the mask! Stop it, sir. What's behind the mask? What's the expression on Dr. Safe's face? It's a defense right to cross-examine any witness and follow on testimony. What's about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Very well, if you so desire a comment, so proceed with the cross-examination. How old is this guy? Yes, my lord. I began the scene when I saw the last one note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim has indicated notes instructions beneath. Experimental stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to look at the defendant, which was my job. This helped the entire forensic scene to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret at the highest level.
Hold it!
What cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway. Yes, as you say, and I take full responsibility. Blow me down, Dr. Seif. Sure, there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. Phew, if I nearly froze into that cold stare she said that. I believe she was being genuine though, Mr. Hardo. So that's her story. Entered everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it. Well, I don't know. But I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruto? The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting in this completely opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. You say arranged. I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrain alone could have killed Asmund. So you mean that was your doing? Fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Lone doctor. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There's a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. Approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands, plunged it into the man's chest. I don't get why the guy even volunteered to be in the fucking teleport thing. Couldn't he just have some henchman or worker do it for like a trial run, then do it for real? Maybe he faked a trial run, then he decided to do it himself. Then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So the actual cause of death was trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. What is it, Mr. Sato? Something about Dr. Safe's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Safe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. That's cause for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh, which part? Only cause of death being a fall of 30 feet, that part. Fine, if that's what you want. Stop yelling, please. Prosecution concurs. Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. Actual cause of death was a neck trauma asthma suffering 30 feet.
Hold it!
That's written. Quite sure of that. It was the result of a broken neck. Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? That's very true. Obviously not, which is precisely why coroners need to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Very well.
Objection! Objection!
No, O2. Fence is getting slaughtered.
Hold it!
Other testimony to give. What do you dis with this correct? Merely carrying out the engineer's instructions in his words. Fabricate some. Oh, I can't fast forward this for some reason. I guess it's because of the choice. Found any chain where you'd fallen, yada yada. Okay. That's right, yes. Fuck, I can't speed this up. Lean down over the birdcage, opened it up. Took the screwdriver in both hands, plunged in a man's chest. Jeez, I can't skip it at all. Fuck. This is a real punishment. Say, what you said before what you did to the victim's body, I believe it may be significant. Could you change your supplemental statement to explain that instead? Very well. Restore the victim's corpse while laying the top of cage, plunge a screwdriver into the chest. I believe they're trying to say she couldn't have done that unless she opened the cage. Let's see.
Hold it!
It was you stab Asma with this. Yeah, as far as your dissection, I assure you, no precision required. A welcome change. Victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry the instructions that had been given. Flinchingly as ever, no doubt. Imagine you'd bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon to his body. No need to bat an eyelids. Or else you twist the facts, remind the court, why don't you? If you wish.
Objection!
Alright, fuck it, lose the duel. Even though we got an acquittal, lose the duel. Fuck it, I'm losing the duel. I'm gonna throw the fucking duel.
Objection!
Oh, there we go. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistently points extremely uncomfortable truth. I wonder if it's a matter of concept you lost your tongue. Apologize, my lord, Dr. Seif. In that last statement of yours, there's just one point. It seems to defy explanation. Oh, with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and his photograph. Shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
Cora has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. Now we know the facts to be different. What do you mean? Maybe we should let the defense explain. So there's no blood splatter? We're about to lose. Well, we're gonna lose with this music.
Take that!
We're close to the blood the victim says. Okay, I was about to say, shit, are we about to lose with the music running? Clearly extends downward direction towards the man's feet. I see. Why is that significant, Counsel? Victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion. That's entirely expected. Ah, of course. No, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Seif made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception set in motion when the birdcage found below the stage out of sight. Shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen its side after the 30-foot drop. The victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position. Blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to form the longitude appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Neat. Given the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound. Oh my god, my client really did do this murder. Oh no, OJ did it! No! I thought OJ was innocent. That's why I wanted the truth. Must be the case when you stabbed Mr. Asman and he was standing up. Short, Dr. Seif. Today's testimony was a total fabrication. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. Only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under great misapprehension here. What sort of misapprehension. Dr. Seif. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. Claim made changes to the scenic crime implicate the defendant. Claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. One of those claims is an out lie. There's a question of what the bloodstain really tells us. There's only one possible answer. If that's the case, what is it, man? Once you've clearly struck upon a revelation, tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Seif's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction of testimony? Uh-oh. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. The victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did. We can be sure the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. You rightly pointed out the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
Impossible, the man was dead, remember? No, that is a misapprehension. Birdcage fell from the stage in the void below. It must have hit the ground with considerable force. Yeah, well, that was weird. Doot 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 doot. Mr. Assman didn't die from the fall. Doot 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 doot. I'm just gonna walk out. Probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Doot 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 doot. Just as Dr. Seif appeared. Hey, I'm rich. I can't die. Oh no! Victim was in fact alive at that point in time. It changes everything. Mr. Drebber's innocent! I'm innocent! As he runs out, I'm free! Anything. I'm the victim here! You defiled me! You guys all framed me! If anything, I'm innocent! I'm the victim. My reputation, Pepe Hands. You ruined me reputation. I'm innocent. Odie Aspen's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the same trickery, Enoch Drebber. It was you, Courtney Seif. Order, order, order. Could this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him. Or by admitting to be an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Or you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making this up as if I would do something like that.
Objection!
Sure, your defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Howard to establish the facts using evidence and logical value. Ha, logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What do you mean? Just gotta thought to be obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. Possible reason would have to kill Mr. Assman. Assman is involved in any number of criminal activities, coercion, theft, and murder. There's no known connection to Dr. Seif here. Oh, I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there is no obvious motive. There's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something that somewhere hints at the way to corner my evidence. Fuck, I don't remember Stevens. Might have tampered with the crime scene and knocked a fake report. Murder and someone for no reason, a very different story. I completely forgot. Question, what possible reason could I have for wanting to kill Mr. Assman? Something did come to mind. What was it, counsel? Light into court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. A particular object explains why Seif would have wanted to kill Assman. 500 stickers. It's a scalpel, or rather, scaples. You say scaples. It would appear the word struck a chord, Doctor. Come on, out with it. Yesterday, when we visited your laboratory. This big thick book here appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a forensic investigation team spending, I think. Oh, what is it? Clearly, a team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange, really. Wait. Buying 500 scapos every month. If you're gonna be corrupt, at least, like, don't be sloppy. Whatever. Just fucking inflate the prices of some items. Fucking, yeah, this is too. Whoever's doing the books for these guys should be fired. Or lynched by the rest of his team. Their accountant is terrible at this. Just inflate the price of something. Like maybe a scalpel is like 20 bucks each or something, you know? Just do shit like that. Don't say buy 500 scapels at the normal price. Just fucking claim it's like $100 scapel. Fuck it. 500 scapels a month. Yeah, like say everything's like an extra $20 for that. Maybe that bottle of water, fucking $20. Fuck it. We bought $20 water. Fuck it, just inflate the fucking price of everything. Scalpel, whatever. Okay. First I wonder if you've used them any scalpels for. Actually, I realize aren't scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them disappearing every month in the departments. No, in real life, that's what they do. They inflate the price of every item they buy. So like a bottle of water is like $5 or something insane. No, that's what they literally do. No, you don't do a $500 scalpel. No, you idiots. The books. You cook the entire books, you idiots. You don't say 500 scalpels or a $500 scalpel. You fucking inflate the price of every object you do by a little bit. Damn you people. You guys would never be corrupt enough. You guys suck at it. Aswin's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from forensic investigators teams can't find out where it was going. It's extremely straightforward. No, that's what they do in real life, alright? They cook books by claiming like expenditures are like this high. Like politicians do this a lot. Damn you people. They increase the price of everything they buy. Or let's say they go to a hotel owned by their friend. Suddenly the price of a room is like $1,000. Stuff like that. Suddenly like all this money gets off. Yeah, suddenly all the money is just off the books. Or I mean suddenly, yeah, you can easily like wipe out a ton of money. Okay. 10 years ago, Aspen as a journalist wrote this article on Mr. Drever. Well, stumbled upon information as he researched the story. Information relating to Dr. Snipes' darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Darkest secret, good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. Clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, where you did it entirely of your own free will. You stand Mr. Asman and heart with all your might. Silence the blackmailer who knew your darkest secret forever. Why was Mr. Asman in the cage in the first place? Why would he even agree to that? Maybe he was like Bezos and wanted to be the first person teleporter or whatever. Well, what a dunce. Never understand, none of you. We've had to keep covered up all these long years. Oh yeah, he knew it was a scam. He was the one paying the guy to make it a scam. Yeah, and why was he in the birdcage? If anyone knew it was a scam, it was the guy funding it. He knew that shit was fake. Very little machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. Truth of this case can never be properly established. Decide not to. It's very possible that Courtney Seif will escape punishment for her crimes. Please start own up to what you've done. Tell the court the truth of what happened.
10 years ago, you told the truth and you're both robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. Certainly, I understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for. Sever the hold that fate had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really? Really, you rebel! You simpletons! Rebel! It's the adult brain mock scientists that are worse, you know. You stupid rebel! I'm the victim! Yeah, it's funny how Hairbrain's getting a grant while he's fucking doing nothing. You idiots! They don't recognize the fact they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. You imbeciles. You unwashed, unlearned masses. So they end up chasing impossible dreams, have an unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis, their stupid eyes shine like a little child's. They make me sick, I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Trevor. No, fuck you, my lord. How about that? They're all incompetent. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing Vigil. Are you serious? Kinesis teleportation? Obviously, Hairbrain's a moron. Yes, I admit it. Dude, this guy has like cybernetic fucking arms and Hairbrain gets the grant. You motherfuckers! I did it all in the name of revenge. Has a cyborg body, but the guy who gets the grant is the nut job. Revenge for the future. Mr. Asmund article deprived you of 10 years earlier. Revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmund, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. Damn convict you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events is all true. Obviously, Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. I'm the victim! The plan requires that you abduct that particular waxwork monitor or exact revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Syfe to be precise. Look, he has a cyborg arm. But Hairbrain gets the grant. It was a year ago. Some extraordinary twist of fate. Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. He happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensics team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eaten out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. Calm down. Hairbrain's getting $1 million grant, or I don't know, is it 500 pounds or something, from the government to make up some bullshit machine that clearly is impossible. And then this guy who made a cyborg body gets nothing. Actions against those who ruin your future justifies revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly no one's right to destroy another's prospect, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly what you did to someone else, didn't you? Hairbrain's theories are stupid, did I? Professor Hairbrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. His hypothesis is clearly insane! If you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect revenge. Are you serious? Teleporting people? Fuck you guys. This is what's wrong with scientists. Damn you people. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud because he is, you idiots. Damn you people. Are you serious? His hypothesis clearly is like bullshit. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, as the misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this, your own actions result in exactly the same thing with another perfectly innocent young man. Aye. Lord Von Zooks, what of Dr. Seif? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been handed in custody, my lord. Soon she'll face trial in the coming days after Mr. Drebber. Most regrettable situation indeed. A great contribution to her professional years really is hard truth to swallow. Or that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain, you're nut job. The other guy should be given the grant, yes? Seems there's a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all his sordid details have been brought to light. A very long and profound trial, please say you're absolved of all guilt.
Your experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson.
Nut job.
I made me this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. Selfish and self-centered above all.
Fool. This episode was better than the other ones. Yes, sir.
Spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. I kindly believing I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent.
You're garbage, that's what the guy was saying. That's what Trevor was saying. How ridiculous that was the scientist they had. After he fucking lost his entire life. This guy gets it.
And the worst of it is, in the process, it causes others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
You're fucking garbage, you idiot. Oh, Professor, that's not true.
What?
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Von Zeeks. Derision which you referred to earlier, calling you a fool, taunting deceiving. It's true. The man has no idea. Believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone, realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Now, thank you, Barak. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, yes, my lord. Court's expectation find the defendant not guilty on the charge which he stands. You're not, let's just say he did it. Assume there are no objections. Not for me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
Now it's that. He's done his ease. It's over.
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Back when I was there, our corruption was hidden. Very well, in that case, hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Does fireworks cost like £500? Is that how they hide their corruption? £500 fireworks for every trial. Court is adjourned. From 021XX, when start walk back 56 months, it's over. That was some trial. We can maybe start a little bit of the next one, but we'll see. But yeah, it'll be another weekend of this game, it looks like. 4:33 p.m. No Bailey. Okay, I know it's a slight spoiler, but is this case shorter than 4 or 5? Or is 4... I think someone said 4 is lead up to 5, so 4 I'm assuming might be shorter. 4:33. So is it like Phoenix Wright case 4 then? Where it's like sorted 2? Okay. Okay, so it's sort of... I'm assuming it's like... yeah, the first game, case 4, where it's like, technically there's 2 cases in it. And that's the same case.
Okay. It's a bad outcome, isn't it? It is. Congratulations, Professor Harebrain. Oh, no, Mr. Sato. I am truly beside myself with gratitude. I never thank you enough. That it's all been cleared up. I don't realize we were caught up in a bad situation. Yeah, right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, yeah, I'd give the whole lot of you. Every penny. Well, it's very kind, but I'm just a student, so we don't need any financial reward. Oh, please. Fuck that shit. I don't even. What the fuck? How privileged are we? Fuck that. Give me the fucking money. Are you serious? I want to fucking eat something other than ramen. Fuck that shit. Give me money. Give me. Kudos more now. I'm a student. We don't need money. Are you serious? I absolutely need money.
Gee, what can I do? How's this? A memento, a paper of my hypothesis inside.
As a memento then, thank you. I'm wondering, Professor, what are you gonna do now?
Oh my, well, yes, what am I gonna do? Hypothesis and great machine lie in ruins. Still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. Must explore the great exhibition while I'm here too, and see if any new inspiration hits me.
Yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can allow that. Wow, you're fired. Von Zeeks, what are you doing in here?
Barak.
Sorry you have to go through that, Albert.
To be honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down your prey.
You're one of the few true friends I have. Couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense.
Sorry?
Or the defense. Did I just hear that right?
What is it? You have my best interests are, don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert, in a few days your acquittal will be made official. That happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you to—
Assassin! Sniper!
What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. Already purchased the tickets. You have to get out of the country. Let there be war. The Civil War begins.
But I don't. It's 1900. No, hold on a minute, Barak. What about the Great Expedition? Chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barak.
Lord Von Zeeks. What's all this about? Necessary precaution. The Reaper, yes, I think I understand. You do.
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Von Zeeks at his office some days ago, you asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask.
Point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial the Reaper as prosecutor.
You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas. Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. It's been the pattern up until now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina are completely innocent. True. Perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
But I'm truly back.
Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing them off to Germany at once. The Germans, right? Nothing will happen in the next decade in Germany. Feels okay. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it?
Goodness, what is your intention all along, Lord Von Zeeks?
Quite where people think of him as a Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
Time to go, Albert, back to the prison for the time being.
Yeah, yes, alright. Now then, Mr. Naruto. Thank you so much for everything.
Oh, Professor, it's a pleasure getting to know you. Yes, wishes, Professor.
Like, well, once your desk is settled, let's go and visit me in Germany.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
Goodbye for now.
Ah, my Nipponese friend, oh yes. Thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? Want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. No, this game is rumored to be 1904, 1903, 2. So in 10, 11 years. Obviously, you probably don't want to be in Germany. I'm trying to remember the casualty rates in World War I. Was it Russia that took the most damage still? Even though they bailed on the war? Well, strange. For some reason I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. I'm trying to remember Germany's losses. I think they, even though they were like surrounded and everyone else was useless on their team, I think like they had bad losses, but not as bad as you'd think they would for a country that's stuck facing everyone. Enigma Barak von Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? Answer waits in the courtroom, suppose Hugo said. October 4th, 8 p.m. It's cause Wilhelm, or whatever his name was a moron, and then he got baited, or he baited himself, he wanted his empire or some shit, and then everyone else wanted a war, and then yes, turns out Wilhelm's incompetent. Satisfied, you get save a guileless scientist from great injustice. Yes, I think so, I'm relieved at least. The man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Well, the assassin was Nipponese. The professor. Who is it? Who's behind the mask? I didn't care who he was until we put the mask on. First I thought you just didn't like me. Then you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being who's behind the mask? But now I think differently. What's behind the mask? It's Phoenix Wright. Clearly know our ways, so I guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? What's behind this mask? Not that one, the other mask. The Iron Master Professor. Who is he? I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. He took John, not John. Clint. I mean, John. Brother was Clint Van Zeeks. I mean, John. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens. Life was good. He was already director of prosecutions, key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There are exchange programs between Britain and other nations, and to share knowledge and ideas. As part of every one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh. 16 years ago, then one of them could have been... My father was your father, of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training to be prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 resident Nipponese. So you've actually met my father. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacted in their standards. My first encounter with the Nipponese spirit had made a very great impression upon me. 6 years later, that's when it happened. The professor investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. In the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. Or was it? Sorry, Lord Von Zeeks, truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end, or was it?
For me personally, though, it was a great loss. Found myself in a very dark place indeed. Just show me the mask! Finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man. Sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight. Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? A period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think? Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries had deep and extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, our two nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my. You mean to say the professor was... Just saying, open the mask! Open the goddamn mask! No one cared.
When the
who he
trial
was.
reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
What's behind the mask? Show me who's behind the mask!
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
It's stupid because if you take off Bane's mask, you don't give a shit. No one would give a shit. You're like, man, who? Whoa! Who? I have no idea who this is. What?
That's the professor?
Wait, is it gonna be a relative
Yes,
of us?
that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Who is this guy?
Wait a minute.
Oh, it's gonna be his
That face.
uncle or something, or she'll know.
I
it.
feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Wow. Is it his dad? Is it his fucking dad or something? You okay, buddy? Christ had a hard night. Yeah.
Father. What? Father?
No one cared who he was until he put on the mask, though. He's a nobody now.
Kazuma!
No, once you remove your mask, no one cares. It was only cool when
My
he had the
best
mask
friend.
on.
Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year,
So, did we
Finally,
execute
his
that
memories
15-year-old? I'm assuming they'll explain it in case 4, right? Right? No, sir, she's dead, right? She's not dead, right? We didn't murder the entire Russian crew,
he
right?
stood there before me.
Right? They're dead, sir. They all hang.
Ryunosuke.
So, was the entire Russian
Hello
crew
again.
executed at the gallows in Hong Kong?
My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily.
What about the 15-year-old, though? Is she hanging from the gallows right now?
I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence. Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
So did she hang for pushing someone and doing no damage to them? Is that what happened? You push someone, the penalty is death. Oh, what a British person murders someone. That's okay. You get the walk. Get out of here.
With this by my
A
side,
Russian
I
person,
always felt
Russian
that you
child
were
pushing
watching
someone,
over me
that is
somehow.
death. How dare you? You guys clap, or you guys want front row seats to the guillotine or gallows. You guys all suck. Or you guys bring your rotten produce just to throw at them. Damn you.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it.
Why are mustache people always evil?
This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Not my waxwork. Do you know how much money it costs a chick? No! The Waxwork Museum! Why would you do that? But me money. Her museum, the timeline's changed now. Her museum goes bankrupt now.
Kazuma-sama.
The timeline has shifted. You saw it's gone. The Wax Museum does not exist.
Ryunosuke. We have much to talk about. But now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Then Zeke's slid into the wall. I don't know where Von Zeeks went during this, or he just didn't want to. I'm assuming he's here now.
That's all Kazuma said.
Where'd he go? Where
Before he
did Von
turned and
Zeeks
left
go?
us there,
Was he like,
in the courtroom.
as he fucking backs into the wall like it's a hedge and disappears? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Zoot. Oh, there he is. Alright, so he's a living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Zoot. As he goes back in from the wall, or as he comes out of the wall? Yes, Kazuma Sogi. Best friend. 3 months ago when Lord Strongheart introduced us. The inkling there's something there, some connection. Why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Von Zeek's apprentice? And he was suffering amnesia too. Man was apprehended, even executed. Legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Alright, bye. It's like a mean review as I asked. Anyway, I'm out of here. What the? He did go into the hedge. What the? He just sank into the wall. Where'd he go? He's gone. 10 years ago. My grandmother took me to the railway station. We're there to meet my father from the train. For me, it's the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san, all this is tied up with painful memories for her too. Never talked about it with me before though. Took time to just having father around, just when I was trying to get used to it. He called out to me in his study one day. Told me about a great friend of his. Passed away. I had this cool friend. He like had this habit of like chopping up these British guys. But it's all cool. We will have revenge in the future. In the future we go to war with this country. But I figure if we start stabbing people now, they'll have less soldiers. Significantly. Great friend though. Super great friend.
If we take out a bunch of dudes now, the timeline will change. Not the friend who left behind a son. Boy is 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy made a promise to his late father. So he was studying to become a defense lawyer. Great guy, aside from the whole 5 murders thing, but wanted to hope so. I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. Sure you worked out. That young man's name is Kazuma Sogi. So you see, that's how he and I met. I mean, the problem is you change so much. Like, say you
For
kill.
a brief moment, my great friend had returned,
Say you kill
only to
5.
disappear again all too soon.
You kill 5 people. Let's say they actually were like soldiers in World War I. It changes everything, because then it could kill another British guy instead of his place, or maybe that guy saved someone's life. And then you take these guys out of the timeline, and suddenly, yeah, like it changes everything.
But in that fleeting encounter, something
Then
stirred.
maybe some girl
Something
marries
that had
someone
been
else.
dormant for a long
'Cause
time,
there's, yeah, that guy not there.
as if great wheels had been set in
But I have
motion.
no idea.
I could almost hear them
Yeah,
creaking
fucks
into
World War
life.
II. So maybe that guy would have been a pilot.
In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
That's why you can't go back in time and start shooting people, because it just creates too many things. Bin. You can't kill Hitler because we don't know how the Russian timeline works, alright? We already seen fucking Red Alert. Unless you want to be talking Russian with Stalin. Damn you people. We have no idea if the timeline we're in is the good timeline or is it the bad timeline. We have no idea. Unless we know. Okay. So unless you guys all want to talk to Twisted Carmen's last bow. Maybe we'll get to the start, and then once we get to a save point, we'll do Slay the Spire. Maybe we should stop here, actually. Wonka, And if you kill Hitler and Stalin, then you have to go kill Mao. Damn you people! And then suddenly, what if America becomes the tyrant nation? I don't know. Damn you people! You can't just start shooting everyone. But then we kill someone else then. What about his lieutenant? What if he's even bigger dick? Damn you people! And then what if you, but old one, what if you kill Himmler or something? Then you kill that guy. Then what if you kill Trotsky while we're at it? Fuck it. Kill Khrushchev. Fuck it. Kill everyone. Can't just keep killing because then the timeline keeps changing. Damn you people. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you kill Booth, what if Lincoln went crazy later? You have no idea. Or what if it was required? No one knows if we're in a good timeline or not. Okay, whatever. So maybe we'll stop here and do Slay the Spire early, because I gotta go to bed earlier today. Kill Lincoln before Booth. Or maybe you're the guy that shot Kennedy before the poor, whatever his real assassin did. Maybe you're that guy. You just like to see chaos. He actually was framed. You were the guy on the grassy knoll. Then you went back to your time machine. Okay. There we go. So maybe you guys are that sniper, and then you got back in your time machine just to see the chaos. Just to frame some poor random. I like how 2002, so I'm starting working like 50 months. We'll start that one tomorrow, and then finish next weekend. I don't know what game will be after. Will be the 28th? Okay. Yeah, we should be able to finish it by next week. We have 3 streams to finish 2 cases. Yeah. Okay.